Okay, hello everybody. Today is the second day of the Epithet anniversary thing, and I'm so tired. Luckily, we only have a scant 270 pages to cover, so shouldn't take too long at all. I am here, Rhea is here, and Rhea will be drawing some stuff later on. Hello! Rhea and I worked really hard on this book like 2.5 years ago before I moved to LA. And then I moved to LA and had to focus on other stuff. And Rhea has also been focusing on other stuff. So I should have spent like some time this week going over this and being like, here's what I'll talk about. But instead I spent 3 hours starting 3 hours ago reviewing it. Because I had to focus on stuff yesterday to get that stream done all last week, and I was working up to the wire. So let me swap over to this. This is going to be a much more casual, much more interactive stream than yesterday's. Very Q&A. What do you guys want to start on? Do you want to start and just like, because I know a lot of people are very interested in the nitty-gritty actual TTRPG stuff. Are more people here for that? Do you want like the world lore? Because we also have that. He ran up the stairs. Yeah, no, I did have to run up and down a couple flights of stairs. Game system, lore. Oh, sorry, people. It looks like the lore guys win. Which works just fine for me. So, there's so much. Do you want to see how many pages I have done for this? So, the unfinished mechanics page, 50 pages. The character sheets, there's like almost 70. The wild magic page is 64 pages. And the setting guide is 144. All right, I'm not going to go in depth into any of these because, like, they're all so long. They're all, like, they're so long. So, which country do you want me to talk about? Whoa. We got Taiga, which is where most of Epithet takes place. Desert, which is where Indus is from. Universally Australia. Okay. Let me get, is there a more Australia song on the soundtrack? Let's see. Probably not. It'd be kind of stupid to use Indus's theme for this, because then I don't have something for Desert. Let's do Ramsey's theme. Nah, this should be Deepwood. No, you know what? Something else works for Deepwood. Okay, so Australia. Rhea did all the character art, which you'll be seeing. There's one for every example character sheet, and there's actually several more. I'll get to those later on, and I'd like to design at least 1 or 2 character sheets live on the stream, which you guys are going to help me with, and Rhea will be drawing those. Ramsey is not Australian. I have the world map somewhere here. Epithet world map. Do I have it? I know I do. This is what the Feeney loading screen is for. Give me a second. It's probably like in one of my backup folders. Okay. I'm just gonna grab it off of my Twitter. I can't believe I don't have this on hand. You know what? I probably do have it on hand, but I'm on Windows, so like if you search for something, it's like, do you want to Bing that? And no, I don't. Okay. So it's so exhausting. So here's the world map if you've never seen it. You can actually buy this as a print. The book's visuals. I don't think we can hear desktop audio. Oh, I know why. Have you guys not been able to hear Rhea at all? Let's try this. Okay, how about now? Rhea, can you say some words?
Hello?
Yeah,
words?
that looks like you should be able to hear Rhea.
I mean, I have also been having them, like, muted for a lot of it.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. This map looks really beautiful, by the way. I, like, love the style of it.
Yeah,
super, like, clean and really nice.
Oz and I did this. Mostly Oz. So, this is the world map. Sweet Jazz is here. I've talked about this on Twitter, but, you know, it's easy to miss tweets. So, when it's done, I don't know how hard I'm gonna go into this, because, like, I started doing this before I tried to publish a book, and, like, holy shit, it's so exhausting. I would like the energy of this to look like a travelogue. Like, the whole lore book, I want there to be, like, stamps and stuff. I want it to look like a storied passport or something. Yeah, so here's this pink country. This is Taiga. This is where pretty much all of Epithet takes place. Here's Sweet Jazz City. Most of the books take place here. You got Desert Country over here with its capital of Longshot. All the capitals are marked. Deepwood is the biggest country. It's got Bellmouth. Ocean. Ocean and Island are different countries, by the way. The difference being Ocean is underneath the ocean and Island is on top of it. Coriolis is the capital. We'll talk about all these. And then at the far reaches of the world is Australia, with its capital of Canada. Very fun to start there, is what I'll say. What is Ocean Country's capital? It's not big enough to just, like, it is just its own capital. It's like a city, functionally. Okay, so, I don't have these pulled up either, but, Cameron, who did some of the backgrounds for Epithet, did the art for this. So, grab this. Stop playing these. You've selected. This is Canada. Located in Australia. Australia is at the far end of the world, encircled by a permanent storm. Each of the different areas in the Epithet setting are, like, designed backwards, based on the stupid improv jokes I've made. And I had to, like, retrofit them into an actual setting, which was very difficult. The goal was, because we're not going to explore a lot of them in Epithet Erased proper, there's going to be one book set in Desert Country and one in Ocean Country, but that's... Oh, and the next book is in, like, the border of Deepwood Country, but we don't get to explore the setting a lot, because that was never the intention. But with the TTRPG book, the goal was to create each country as a different excuse for different types of games you could run. So Australia is the epic level country. This is where, like, you take your characters who are, like, in the high hundreds. The idea is, Australia is a hyper-isolated country full of people who are really in tune with the animals that live there. And the animals that live there are unbelievably fantastical. Primarily dinosaurs, but let's see if Cam's got the other one on here somewhere. It should be here. Maybe he didn't include it. I hope he did. That would be a bummer, because that's, like, my favorite one. Yeah, here it is. So this is, like, I don't remember its name. It's like a thunderhead dinosaur. This is where you have really overpowered characters come to destroy giant boss monsters. The idea is, this Australia is very, like, again, like, keep in mind, everything here is in, like, pre-alpha. I've not tested this game. Everything's on, like, first draft. We've still got a lot of art to do for it. It's just, this was always sort of the, I'm gonna finish this book last. This is the last thing we're doing from the Kickstarter. So take everything I say today with a grain of salt. The idea of Australia is based heavily on Aboriginal Australian stuff because it's cool and you don't get to see it represented in media a lot. So it's not modern day Australia as was colonized by the British Empire to be used as a prison island. It's like, basically, and they're not the only culture that do this, and it's not a monolith. There's a thing in some Aboriginal Australian cultures called song lines, where you travel across vast stretches of the outback and the wilderness of Australia, and the map is an oral tradition passed from person to person with a long song. So the song might increase in either volume, or the notes might go up a scale to indicate height, and it's like an infinitely long epic song. And that's how there's like, it's like a little bit Underground Railroad slave map songs, that's like a more American thing some of you might be familiar with. So I liked the idea of that. And the idea with Australia is that the edge of Australia is settled, and everyone who lives there, it's so dangerous and nuts that, like, everyone there is just born at a high level. It's like how if you, like for sports teams in Colorado or wherever, if you grew up in the mountains where there's less air because of higher altitude, you're better at exercises that require a lot of breath because your body's just better at it. That's kind of what being born and growing up in Australia is. And then there's the bush, and then there's the outback. The outback in this version of Australia is an infinitely expanding wilderness where there is a culture of people trying to go as far as they can and discovering further and further stuff. It is unknown where the outback goes or how far it goes. You cannot fly over it or go around it. The storms will just kill you. It's surrounded by a tempest, so you just have to go out into the wilderness. It is an infinite excuse to make anything a GM might want as a final frontier dungeon. Do we have any Australian characters? Yeah, the one explicitly Australian character who shows up in Epithet is 2 books away. We do have art for her. I don't remember if I already put it in here. And I did. We've shown her off already. This is Sierra. Sierra is actually Australian. So we'll talk more about her in person. Again, like, I think Australia has the least written for it because so much of it is like, ooh, what lurks out there on the frontier? Yeah, Land's End, Sky End. There's a bunch of stuff. Okay, mental snares. That's another thing. This one, where's the one with her and Jeffrey? Okay, this one with this mouse. Like I said, Australian culture in this is very animal acquainted. They have a sort of Flintstonian relationship with a lot of animals where they're used not only as pets and equal companions, but also as, like, public transport, as construction, and a thing that pretty much only Australians can do. I mean, anyone can learn this. I don't remember, again, I wrote this 2.5 years ago, and a lot of it's in beta. So there's a technique called mental snaring, where essentially you can open up part of your own mind and an animal can just take up residence in it. And the mental snare is the gateway to that. So she's wearing hers around her neck. They're like, not quite dream catchers, not quite cat's cradles, but basically you Naruto hand jutsu sign a specific thing you want to summon your animal, and to do it, it's just an excuse to have, like, creature collecting. So Australia is also the Pokemon place, if anyone wants that. It's not a Ratatouille situation, no. So the idea is anyone can have a mental animal as a partner. But the idea is that, like, the trade-off is mental tamers have to sleep a lot, and while they're asleep, instead of dreaming, they are in the same space as their animal and basically get to play with it like it's a pet. But the animal requires so much attention that it's taken out of your own energy. So people who tend to be mental trainers are, like, sleeping all the time unless their animal is out and in the world. Is it limited to certain animals? No, but the larger an animal is, the more its caloric intake and the larger a space it needs. A la, like, it's harder to store have a tiger in a proper enclosure rather than, like, a chicken. You need more mental space. So it's really rare to have anyone that has more than one. And there's also, like, an animal smuggling ring based on these people who, like, bring exotic animals, like, on boats to wealthy clientele on the other side of the world, and they smuggle it in their brain. And people will hide mental snares as embroidery in, like, the inside of their coat lining. They'll wear it as like a scrunchie, stuff like that. Yeah, I have another character who, this is funny to say since I make Epithet Erased, but I have, like, another set of Epithet Erased characters who I'm never gonna do anything with, but it's, like, a think piece group of villains that would be set, like, 40 years after, and one of them is, like, a mental snare smuggling ring expert. And his thing is that he's, like, always asleep, but has, like, an entire zoo of animals, so if he wakes up and fights you, he's just got, like, a full combat menagerie ready to go. Let's see, is there anything else I can fly over Australia with? Probably not. They had a war with the island country, but everybody did, so I'll get to there when we talk about island country. Which one do you guys want next? Bet you weren't expecting the brain zoo. Desert, ocean, island, taiga, ocean. You guys are, like, going backwards in terms of video game final level. Seeing mostly ocean. So, okay, yeah, we're just going backwards. Okay, I'm gonna explain ocean country and island country together. So, island country is by area the largest country. It encapsulates almost every major island in, like, the southern and central seas. So island country is they don't have a singular ruler. Each island is kind of their own. It's like how America is actually an empire, but it pretends to be one country. Where, like, each state has their own government, except even more. The way that this works is island country is a bunch of highly militarized trade networks where every island focuses on one or two things. So, they're called trade families, and you might have one that's entirely, this is the trade family that does weddings. This is the trade family that focuses on photography. This is the trade family that sells iron. And their society is very environmentally focused. So, their capital is Coriolis, which is basically a giant, you know how if you uncork the bottom of a bathtub drain, it just, like, goes down. Yeah, it's right here. So this is hello. I'm talking about lore first because that's what people wanted.
Hell yeah.
So this is Coriolis. It's like 100-mile wide whirlpool, and that's the capital. It turns out that being in the middle of all of the sea routes, even though there's a whirlpool, is the best thing for trade. So basically, over time, 1 billion trading ships just linked up and became a ring of iron around the edge of a giant whirlpool. And all of them, there's no addresses because it slowly rotates over time. So you can't be like, oh, I'm on this street or whatever. It's just, I'm the one with the giant painted dinosaur. We're the museum with this thing. Like, you have to be like, we're on respective to this part of the ring. Here's where we are. Because eventually, if you're on the southern side, you will wind up on the northern side. The thing with Islander culture, the good thing, is they're comically pro-environmentalism. They live in the ocean. Any garbage that comes out of other countries, they fucking get it. It eventually flows through their stuff, so all these boats have nets between them. There's a huge recycling culture. People upcycle things, they resell stuff. You know, you get a bunch of, like, dead computer electronics, you sell them to the, like, whichever trade family makes that. You set up deals. They've got a big culture based on efficiency. No matter who you are in society, how abled you are, they will find a thing for you to do. It might not be a thing you like, but they'll go, this is the thing you're best at, this is what you do. And that's how you participate on our little trade islands culture. So all the islands are different, but they all, that's a pretty widespread cultural thing. I didn't see I don't think I saw the other one here, but let me see. It's a cool boat chase one. Oh, here it is. This is the other island country one. So overall, this is mafia themed. The trade families fight each other. This is the setting for political intrigue, espionage, war setups, because you can just have any war between any two made-up families. It can be a small conflict. It can be a big conflict. If you want to GM a setting where you have a lot of human-thinking enemies, this is the one you want to set stuff in. Aram is also tinkering with something in this setting, and what he's doing is very good. It's exciting. There's a lot going on in Island Country. Again, similar to the United States, there's kind of like a Senate equivalent. What are they called? I don't remember. Not lexigeniture. No, they have a thing. They have a name. Oh yeah, the stupid amount of reverence that a lot of cultures have for firefighters and policemen and like high-ranking military people, that's held for garbage men here. Like, being a garbage person or a recycler is like a huge honor in this society. They're really well liked. There's that. Council of Traders, I don't know. Yeah, planned obsolescence is outlawed. Let's see. Trashing. There's a lot of fashion made out of garbage. Actually, Rhea did have one cute drawing of someone, and that girl is not a character we'll be seeing later, so I'll pull that up now. Oh, I can also pull this up. I love this drawing. So, some drawings of characters from a conceptual wedding-themed mafia family. These are really, really good.
Ooh, I just looked. Yeah, these are great.
Okay, hang on. I should be sharing my screen, not my,
Not your browser.
Not my browser, yeah. Let's share a screen. That'll work.
There we go.
Okay. And then...
Apparently I'm a little loud.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also loud too, and crunchy apparently. So if you can rebalance me, that'd be
okay.
Appreciated.
There's some goons. So they all got families. They all do stuff. These are the guys. But anyway, they've got the the Protectorate. That's what it is. So Island Country has every single major trade family has a representative who is ranked in the Protectorate. It's basically a big senate. If anything happens to affect everyone, like, they're just like, hey, ocean level acidity is getting higher, or there's a big garbage patch over here. Who wants to deal with that? There are... Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. I'm like, I have to skim my own writing. family at the very top of the list is Protectorate, and the family head is named the Grand Protector. Right. They've got a Senate. And they don't have a king or anything, but whoever does the most environmental work over a 6-month period is given the role of Grand Protectorate, and the person in charge is the Grand Protector. That's the closest thing they have. And the one benefit is, if you get that, then no one can attack your family for any reason for 6 months. So families try and like outcompete each other to be the most environmentally conscious and do the most good work so that they can like blow up their rivals. And if you get in like second place or third, it's like, fuck, we missed this time. That sucks. Let's see. Let's guess my sanitation workers. Pollution and dumping and stuff. Crimes punishable by death. Let's see. Anything else? Okay, yeah, this is a big thing here. So, obviously Lexism is a big theme in the Epithet Erased world, which is just, Sweet Jazz has kind of, it cuts both ways. Where it's like, sometimes there's like, you'll get prejudice for being a Mundi. Sometimes you'll get like a higher crime sentence if you just have an epithet or whatever. Taiga cuts both ways. In Deepwood and Island Country, it cuts one way really hard and the opposite way in both countries. So in Island Country, if you're a Mundi, you're fucked. You cannot become a head of a family. You cannot rise in society very easily. The best role you can get, which is the only one that's like a true meritocracy, again, I don't remember like the proper nouns I came up for most of this. The idea is you want to become, what is it, like a consigliatore, the family manager? There's a role in these mafia families that's basically just the comptroller, the guy who keeps the books. That person is the most important role. That is like a secret role that is always given to the best person. So for Mundis, it's like very important, like you have to do well in school. But if you're not the best of the best and you don't get that role, then like it was all pointless and you're just gonna be like doing some menial job on the street. Almost everyone in charge of stuff. Families are usually originally based around an epithet that their progenitor had. So it'll be like, yeah, we're a steelworking family because originally our founder had the epithet Rivet or something. And then rather than being like, oh, my son's gonna take over, they look for a new person with a relevant epithet and train them to be the new head of the family. So because of that, Mundis are like a hardcore underclass. It's worse than anything going on in Sweet Jazz City. And stemming from that, people started to look into magic. So magic in this universe, confusingly named, in a meta way, I don't think people in universe know this is how it works, but this is my justification. As concepts become, as language spreads and one language becomes the common tongue, epithets become more common. And the idea is, floating among people in the world, there is this idea of everything in the world exists as a concept. So like fire, steel, clowns, whatever. Every word, everything, they all exist as concepts floating around in the ether. And when everyone understands them, and they all use the same word for them, the same terminology, they can like manifest in a singular person. So the idea is, if you have an epithet, you've got permanent access to that one concept. No one else has it, you do. And the concepts are floating around ambiently all the time. Magic is basically the ability to sacrifice something physical and lean into that ether and pull a tiny bit of any concept you want out. So if you've got the epithet fire, you can use any kind of fire for free, you know, except you'll get tired after a little while. But if you've got no epithet and you learn magic, You can sacrifice a bunch of money, a bunch of candy, items you really like. And by doing that, you can lean through the ether and pull out like a matchstick level of fire or an ice cube level of ice. So when you die, does someone else get your epithet? Not inherently, but it goes back into the pool. So people figure out magic and they start spreading it around, and suddenly Mundies have this thing that they can just do. So obviously magic is like immediately outlawed in Island Country, and it starts this big civil war, which is the Ocean War. A couple families get together, they're like, we're going all in on magic. The rest of them are like, no, we don't want you to upset this hierarchy. And because of that, eventually, this is how wild magic in this universe is like the Agent Orange. It's the nuke of this world. It's the thing that was the last ditch effort in this war of people just going, I'm gonna sacrifice a lot of stuff and rip out a really big thing I don't even know what it is and throw at someone. So fighting wizards sucks so bad, because you can be fighting a wizard and suddenly your legs will just turn into butter or something out of nowhere. Or the wizard can fucking explode. So eventually, everyone gets sick of this war. And the people who are, have, like, you know, the people who invented magic and are good at it go, fuck it. We're gonna blow the foundation of our island off, and we've just used our powers. We've gotten, I didn't mention this, I skimmed over it. They got really good at, like, submarines using magic to supplement the ability to be underwater. And eventually, they basically take their own islands, rip them off of their continental shelf foundational hinges, and use spider legs to just fucking walk them into the ocean. They're like, I don't remember what it was. There's some event that's like, we will never win this war. Something happens. Let's see. Why did this happen? He explodes. Wild magic happens. Okay. A recurring thing that happens in this world's lore is that because of individual interests, part or all of Island Country gets into a war, and then they cannot decide how to proceed on it because the council of people from all the different islands disagree. They are not a collective unit. It stalls things and fucks them up. So basically, wild magic starts happening, and they're like, surely this horrible thing will show them they should stop messing with us. That's what, like, the rebel side said. And even then the council was just like, I don't know, I'm benefiting from a bunch of my rivals being exploded by wild magic. I'm okay to keep fighting. I'm not losing anything. And they're just like, okay, this will never work. So they walk into the sea, and that turns into Ocean Country. So Ocean Country, because it's built on this founding principle of sacrifice, they have very little land to use. They originally, I don't know, I forgot it. I forgot its name. It's somewhere in the 100-page document. I didn't skim it. There's it might be Filipino. Might be, I think it's Indonesian. It's like a Majapahit origin thing. Where was Majapahit? But like those cool shadow puppet theaters that they did. So like puppetry was really big. Because they have very limited Indonesia, because they have very limited land and resources, Ocean Country has these big domed cities, and they're the first people who develop VR and video games. They are the only people who continue to really, really develop magic. A couple people obviously leak magic into the rest of the world, but because it's so taboo in Island Country, which for the majority of this setting's history is the major world power, you kind of got to keep it hush-hush. It never spreads hugely. So, yeah. This is... What is this place's name? Fossix. That's it. Fossix is a institution for learning magic, and all of these are glass tubes to the dormitories. The main signature magic of Ocean Country is Oh, gossamancy? What the hell is it called? Gaffamancy, which is glassworking. Because you live in glass tubes, to gain new land for construction, you need to use glass. There's sand everywhere. They've also got a large number of jaggery trees, so there's a big thing, glass, candy, magic, sculpting, puppetry, video games, and electricity are all, like, the keywords of Ocean Country stuff. Obviously, also, if you've read Prison of Plastic, you know Ocean Country also has this Coliseum. It's not a secret. It's not like the shit Rick was in was a underground sect nobody knows about. The Coliseum is completely public. Everyone knows what goes on there. Oh, yeah, so it's in the book. I can go into it. I don't have any art of this character offhand, but the leader of Ocean Country is functionally a corpse piloted by his own epithet, which is Galvanize. And he just lives in the heart of it and pumps out this electric goo called Galv, which is their power source. They also use some, they hang out near ocean trenches, so there's like some geothermal power. But basically, Rick talks about it a little bit in the book. The idea is, this guy is their country's battery. And the video game aspects of this world are canonically in-universe. So, if you win a battle, you restore all your stamina. That's in-universe. Everyone's consciously aware of that. And the best way for this guy to constantly restore his energy is to win battles against people, but they have to be strong enough that they register to him as a battle. Because if you are a human being and you squish a gnat, that doesn't count as a battle, does it? So the Colosseum is a functional war machine to create people strong enough to fight this guy so he can refresh his shit over and over again to keep the entire country moving. That's why that is like that. So, you can, you know, I'm sure there's a couple things you could come up with as a GM in that setting. You could topple that, you could work as the people who take kids and recruit them. They're like, yeah, it's a strong kid. So, Island Country is, like, basically a big metropolitan area. Ocean Country. It's not bigger than this. And it walks around, so it slowly moves over time. And they also have a candy factory. Oh,
Yay!
Yay, candy! Rhea also drew... what are these called? Caramel, but spelled with a K.
Ooh.
So, I mentioned that, usually to use magic, people will have magical ammo. So it might be like, if you're a marble collector, marbles are really common, like little baubles that you can have a lot of. So like candy, marbles, that you can just delete in a number to use spells. Like, this is my, I love lemon drops. They're my favorite candy in the world. I want to cast a fireball, deletes half my box of lemon drops. I want to light a matchstick at the tip of my finger, deletes 2 lemon drops. Candy is really common for that. And also, Ocean Country chefs are the best cooks in the world because they have little to work with, but they're like, well, we have to figure out how to make this good. Question about ocean race hair. If someone has natural bright highlights, can it indicate they have ocean race? Yeah, anyone in the setting who has, like, stupid anime colored hair has at least 1% ocean race going on in their backstory. Anyway, these are caramels, Karmel. The idea of these is they are the best candy in the world, and they taste so fucking good. So if you get one, you can cast, like, a mega spell. And the truth is they're actually just like a shitty, flavorless candy, but they're sold for so much. And the idea is they're like a magic placebo effect where you have one, and people don't know this. they have one and it's like, these are crazy valuable. It's like, oh man, I got my hands on some caramel. I can really cast this. But the instant you taste it, it's like, oh, these suck. And then they don't work for you anymore. So it's like, anyone who's tasted it is like, I don't want to fuck other people over. It's like the myth of it's like a collective cultural myth where it's like, you got to keep the caramel idea alive for other people.
That's cool. I like that.
That's pretty much ocean country. I've gone over most of island country as well. So let's do one of these top 3. Damn it, Jello, why did you tell me? I'm seeing Deepwood. Okay, so Deepwood is probably the most. Let's see. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just the most. Let's go through Deepwood historically. So Deepwood is a huge country of jungles separated by these big mountain ranges. And originally all of the little like pockets of people are very separated. And Deepwood has this reverence for the cycle of life and death. The idea that like once your time has come, like, oh, I got any disease, time to die. Like that's just how it is. And you go and like find a nice spot in the woods and just go die and become food for the forest. So that's just kind of how stuff is. Back in the olden times, the first people who were like, I don't love that, and were trying to study medicine, not really a thing you were allowed to do. So it had to be done under cover of night, and there was a reason for this. Eventually, like, if you became a doctor, do you know how in like Renaissance era Italy, it was illegal to, you couldn't dissect a body, and you know, in many places for a long time, you couldn't do an autopsy because it was seen as disrespectful to the corpse. But like, artists would like pay doctors on the side to be like, can you open this arm? I need to study anatomy so I can draw. Doctors kind of had to do stuff like that. So they had to like go into the woods and find corpses and look at them. And obviously then people, if they find out about that, are like, you're disturbing, you know, like my brother went into the woods to die at age 35. Why are you fucking with that? If you move his body, it won't return to the jungle. So medicine had a bad rap for a long time. And eventually, I don't remember the middle ... of this, unfortunately, which sucks because I really like these. Where's Deepwood? Voltricism. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's selfish to covet life for yourself instead of returning it to the life cycle. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so doctors get labeled as like vultures because they keep coming to get bodies. So if you do this, doctors were called vultrists or vultrixes. And eventually, they were just like, I know this is right. Some doctors would just persist. And they're like, we have to figure this out. So they would go out into the woods. And they would like go in like huts and swamps. And what they would do is, to keep people away, they would play into the vultricism stuff. They would wear like creepy plague doctor and skull masks and like go through the woods with like spooky lanterns. And then during the day, they would not wear that shit and be like, hey, you got a cough? You want to try this? And people would be like, well, this guy's not a vulturist. He doesn't look like one. So it became this kind of purposeful double identity a lot of people took on to associate the idea of the bad parts of medicine with this backwoods, spooky taboo, and slowly actually introduce it to culture by looking normal. So that happened. What happens in order? Aminata Shore. Okay. This used to be the capital of Deepwood. So like I mentioned, island country sucks to be a Mundi. In Deepwood, it sucks to have an epithet. So if you have an epithet, that's considered bad, and you actually usually keep it secret. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember why, but there was a cultural reason. And essentially a lot of, like, Rhea also drew a nice asshole Mundy worker who's like a CEO. He's got a salt and pepper beard. I remember him in here. He's somewhere. I'll find him. Here he is.
Ooh.
Yeah, but, man, there's so much going on with Deep Woods. I'm, like, trying to think of which things to skim. Deep Woods became a really big, like, Island Country doesn't have urban centers like Deep Woods does. Deep Woods has a ton. Also, people, what are these called? Denonyms? To indicate where you're from. Like, Savvy is from Britain, so he's British. People who are either from Deep Woods or descended of, like, you know, Deepwood blood are called Deepwa. Deep and then W-A. Like, it's like how people from Taiga country are called Tigers. T-A-I-G-A-R. Then, like, Islanders, ocean race people are called Oceanid, etc. And Australian people are called Australian.
No way! How'd you come up with that one?
Yeah, oops, that's the next one. God, there's like so much going on in Deepwood. I'm trying to think of the fastest way to do it. Eventually, they get really into trains. Connecting places through rail lines. That becomes their thing. So all of Deepwood has these subway lines snaking through these giant fucking mountains. And trade happens, money, they get stuff from the Islanders. They've got this huge, lovely urban center in Aminata Shore. But, you know, it's a corporatist society. Very literally, the people who are on top of society live higher up in the trees. The closer you live to the bottom and the rail yards, you get, like, soot caking the edges of your hair. So, like, having clean hair is seen as, like, upper class. And if you have, like, dyed black follicles at the edges from soot, it's seen as, like, lower class. And, like, eventually that, like, in modern day, that gets co-opted to be like, nah, I'm a working class motherfucker. Like, it's something to be proud of. It's one of those things. And
like how tans switched switched class as time went on. Yeah.
Does Howie have that? No, Howie's hair is just the way it is naturally. So eventually a lot of how did this start? I'm sorry, I only got to review some of these. Not Bellmouth, it's before that. Aminata Shore, everybody's favorite. Oh, right, this happens too. So, Aminata is the site, this is like 150 years ago? Maybe 300 years ago? I don't know. This is the site of, there's a big inscribed uprising led by the songstress, who will matter in like 6 books.
Yeah.
And she's got these, she has song powers that can, like, functionally raise the dead. And she tries to do this revolution and is hardcore thwarted. And it gives this city this association with death. I'm not going to say any more on that. That gets elaborated very explicitly. Like, that book where that matters is actually going to be set partially in the past. Not in like a time travel way. It's just the narrative is going to start there. So the songstress gets beaten, and like then in response to, hey, you guys tried a failed revolution, lockdown even harder, sucks so bad now to have an epithet. Like, you're immediately a lower caste if you even have one because you're seen as a possible rebel. And it's like against the natural order of things. I feel so bad that I don't remember because I'm sure I spent so long justifying it. Anyway. So eventually Aminata Shore gets fucked because when you have a lot of activity, It's over like a lake. It's a giant mangrove tree, and it's got these. Oh, I forgot to even talk about this. You know redwood trees, just like big ass sequoia redwood trees. There are these even larger trees exclusively in this country called darkwood trees, which are so big and so hard that you can carve them out and live in them. And there is a darkwood mangrove tree that is like city size, so people just have these vertical buildings that they make in it. Also, there's some special weather condition that's like a bunch of stuff falling off of the darkwood trees, like they shed. I don't remember what it is. I can't get excited and eventually buy this. Is what I'm saying. There's more stuff going on. So it's over a lake, and there's this big rail center. Like there's a subway station at the middle of this lake. And people are like, hey, there's a thing developing, which is what is it, a limnic explosion? This happens in real life. So if you've got a lake with a lot of aquatic life at the bottom, it develops carbon dioxide. Limnic eruption, thank you. And eventually that carbon dioxide at the bottom of a lake will like bubble up, and usually just bubbles up ambiently. That's why if you like watch a pond, sometimes bubbles will just come up. It's not because there's a fish, it's because there's plant life. So if it gets trapped underneath like a bed of rock or something, it is possible that a huge enough bubble of carbon dioxide will pop up and fill the air for a long enough time that things that breathe oxygen will asphyxiate and die. So there's a series of caverns beneath the subway station. They're alerted to it, that like it's building up a fuck ton of carbon dioxide. Business owners do what they do, and they're just like, whatever, we'll just put a bandage on it and ignore it. Eventually, a large limnic eruption happens, explodes directly over the subway station and the factory floor area. So suddenly, everyone manning these high, dangerous, flammable factories and everyone in all of the trains is dead. So all the trains start going out on schedule and crashing into shit and exploding more factories. And there's this big chain reaction that kills like 70% of the city. And everyone is like, everyone else runs and they flee. And most of them go to what at the time is a new city of Bellmouth, which eventually is the modern day capital. So they end up fleeing to Bellmouth, which is fully underground, and people have built buildings in Darkwood Roots. And the people in Bellmouth were like they were like, it was a smaller town with like mostly workers. It was like a miner town, and they were like, hey, fuck you, get out of our town. We got up. It's funny. I keep losing this, I'm sorry. Every time I go back, it goes to personal portfolio instead of work portfolio for some reason, even if I just X out. Cam, you gotta fix your website. So the bigwigs in charge did not die in the limnic explosion because they lived too high up. They lived up in the treetops. So what they did is they just moved the biggest trees to be like, we live in the canopy, we live up here, dug holes and replanted the trees in the mountains. So there's this big canopy where all the shitty rich people live. It's functionally like, I mean, they're not actual golf courses, but it's like all golf and greenery, and everyone else lives in the shade. It causes problems. And now, because of things I won't get into, Aminata Shore is now a functional city of zombies and monsters that are like fungal. And there's a scrapyard around it where people dive into the undead city because everyone abandoned that city within 48 hours. So there's a lot of shit in there to pilfer. And the higher up you go into the rich area, the more shit there is to steal that's valuable, but you have to fight more zombies. So this is your horror setting. And Bellmouth is basically, there's a modern movement where, again, people who are Epithet have inscribed. That's the word. I made it up. Inscribed. They've become like superheroes and vigilantes. So it's very like obviously the cops are owned by the all the shitty rich people, and they want to crack down on that. So it's this superhero setting, vigilante superheroes using their epithets in a society where that's highly discouraged. So if you want superhero or noir, that's Bellmouth. Source, I made it up. And yeah, what else is neat before I leave this place? Like, what do we have art for? Do we have Luciferi art in here? Yeah, these motherfuckers. So here's a rare example of a high-level epithet enemy that already exists. There are... You know in Attack on Titan, how they move around with, like, zip lines and shit? There are these guys who use chameleon stuff to, like, be all black, crawling around on the trees and zip lining between trees. And they're basically the secret police who work for the rich people. So if you are a detective who's willing to help the little guy, or if you are, thank you for the super chat, if you are a, like, just an independent little superhero trying to help out your neighborhood, these dudes are the boogeymen. They will show up and they will just fucking kill you. So the idea is, all of Bellmouth is lit by these things called sun shrooms, just glowy mushrooms that happen to emit UV light, so that humans can live down there without getting all sad, and they can grow shit too. And this, all the lights have different rules. So like, only this color of light is used in this district, or only this color of light indicates like danger or a construction site. Luciferi have the unique use of white light. So if they find a target and chase them, they glow, their outfit turns from camouflage to glowing white as they chase someone through the city, and it says, "Get the fuck out of my way. I have a license to kill whoever I'm chasing, and if you get in my way, you're on the list."
Jeez. That's scary, I'm not gonna fucking lie.
They're evil. Yeah, other neat stuff about this. Because the underground area is so loud, there's this massive train station down there. It's like the biggest one in the world. It's like half city. It's based on, I think it's there's a bus stop in, I think it's Jerusalem, that's like multiple stories, and like a bunch of roads go into it, and you have to walk through like a functional mall city. It's like that, but larger. So yeah, because it's so loud in the bowels of Bellmouth, the most common second language is sign language. So most people there know cool. It.
Love that.
Cool.
Yeah, and then almost done. I'm just gonna do Desert Country next. I think I've talked about this one on stream before. Desert Country is in modern day split between traditionalists and they got a new age name. I don't remember. Help me out. Traditionalism, Code of Honor. Do they have a new name? No, I'll just say modernists. That's probably what I called them, knowing me. Traditionalists and modernists. So, a million billion years ago, there was this ancient Fertile Crescent type city. It was, like 1,000 years ago, the largest city in the ancient world of Epithet. Back then, epithets were super uncommon. Oh, I should show off a picture of this place. Let's do... I want to do the Geodes one. So, Desert Country is also, like, star-themed. Back in the day, it was crazy rare to have an epithet. 1 in 1,000. Or, no, 1 in a million. And this one guy, whose historical name is now just his, this word's loaded. His epithet, in the traditional sense, is the Sand King. He's like the guy, he's the Genghis Khan guy who united the full fertile area, now a desert. He had the epithet Undeath. So, no one could beat him because anytime somebody attacked him, life force was stolen equivalent to however much damage he took. So if he was standing on a patch of grass and someone stuck a knife in him, then all the grass beneath him would die out and turn into sand to absorb its life energy to instantly cure his wound. So if he ran into battle and people attacked him, they'd just fall down dead. So no one could stop him. He unites the entire city in a bunch of tiny walled cities with things beneath them, and it was called Constellation. It was a mega city. And then again, coincidentally, the day that his reign was like, I did it, I conquered everywhere, there's a lot of meteor showers. So a small one comes down, and a meteor with a geode in it that's like vaguely the size and shape of a crown landed in his city that day, and he's like, a sign from the heavens, that's mine. And there's this big religion based on this in Desert Country that's essentially, it's about being the best you can be, and that once you hit your peak, the universe will reward you. So there's a big focus on self-improvement, and like both physical and meditation. And this is eventually what over time becomes the thing that actually Indus practices, which is, I don't even think it has a name, but it's a big part of the traditionalist lifestyle where you will have masters and students. Is it students? Let's find out. Code of honor. That's what it's called. Yeah, master and student. So you will have these masters who are just someone who's good at something. The idea is you as a student follow them and do their, you'll like do the stuff that they would need. Basically, they're like, you'll be their assistant. So you do their chores and stuff, and the master takes that time to hone their craft and be better at it while teaching the student, so they approach the master. And eventually, you can have an honorable duel, and once the student bests the master, they're like, great, congratulations, you've graduated, you have become a better you. It's actually pretty common for student and master pairs to switch off every once in a while. A lot of them will get married. It's also equally common for people just go, okay, great, I met a master of cooking, I'm gonna go find a master of martial arts. The idea is constant self-improvement, and oftentimes, like, while the student is taking care of like physical day-to-day tasks, the master will be like mentally improving themselves through meditation. Mara does not follow this and is actually, if someone learned the way Mara treats Indus, that's like a hardcore taboo. It's like really bad. Indus is not fully picking up on what is going on with him. But yeah, masters can have multiple students. If your master has a master, they're called your grand master, and so on and so forth. So there's this big thing. It's like, it's important to just self-actualization. So an old version of that, what happens to Constellation? I mean, I know what happens, but like, why? Oh, it's just under history. This is so long. Oh my god. Anyway, all right, yeah, I remember what happens. So, like I said, this is all fertile, but the Sand King has the epithet Undeath. Nobody can kill him. And eventually, he's gonna have a bunch of kids, because he's this old virile freak who's in charge of everything. And some of those kids are like, I want to be in charge. When's this guy gonna die? And he never seems to even get any older. In fact, the people who hang out near him tend to die faster. So what they end up doing is while he's asleep, like, drug him, seal him in a sarcophagus somewhere in the middle of the country, and just bury him. And they're like, problem solved. We're in charge now. And, but he doesn't die. Ever. So, as his body takes more and more damage from starvation and dilapidation, his power spreads further and further and desertifies the entire middle of this country. until it reaches its natural edge. Most people don't know this is what's happening. So everyone's like, a curse. We're all fucking cursed. Jesus Christ. And then a huge rain of these giant geodes from space comes, and on top of like the desertification, kind of just destroys the ancient civilization. And then it splits into these two sects. Some people who go out and live on what's called the Rim, which is near the ocean. They're just like, fuck it, I'm done. Like the self-actualization stuff doesn't work out. And other people are like, no, we have to figure this out. And right, fuck, there's a third faction. I forgot. It's been so long. So everyone goes out to the Rim, and then some people are like, we need to keep the knowledge from this city, right? Like, so they go back in and they get all this ancient knowledge, you know, very like Islamic golden age. We've got mathematics, we've tracked the stars, we've got physics down, we're figuring out art, and they're like trying to take all that new big golden age growth and be like, we got it, we saved it. And everyone's like, no, we can't go back there. That's the cursed land because we turned our backs on the ways of traditionalism. And like, what are you talking about? Let's just do some trigonometry, bro. It's fine. But people do not, they're like, no, that surely that, you know, everyone's looking for an explanation of like, why have we been cursed? And functionally, this third faction of people are just like, okay, whatever. And they go back into the desert and start living in the underground ruins of Constellation. They eventually become this faction I'll talk about later. Anyway, traditionalists, they out in the desert, they returned to little sects above ground. This is where Indus grew up with his sister. They're very friendly to travelers. They'll help anyone on their way. They live very minimalist lives, traditional monk stuff. There's all these ancient temples from the old city. This is your classic D&D. This is your old-timey dungeon diving stuff. So if you want like a dungeon, this is the country you set your adventure in. Meanwhile, the modernist group are like, hey, the world's moving on and we're gonna move on. They get really into theater, traveling stuff, and eventually they create the city of Longshot. There's more history to it. I'm not going to go into it. Longshot is if Disneyland and Las Vegas had a baby. The public transport is like fucking roller coasters going from cities. It's Broadway. It's the big theater scene. This is where movies get filmed. Longshot is the place. It's the place to be. So, functionally, this is the, like, this is where the book that is in Desert Country is going to take place. Longshot is, like, for modern dungeoneering. So if you want to do a dungeon out of escape rooms, or there are entire districts set up for like, hey, these 6 blocks, we bought them and turned them into a huge laser tag arena. So here's a laser tag dungeon you're allowed to participate in or whatever. This is if you want to do modernized dungeons. If you want a paintball tournament with like high stakes consequences, Longshot is your setting. Also, you might notice this guy, top left. This is a whim. If you remember, these are kind of the unofficial mascot of Longshot. So whims are these little dark blue luck spirits, because historically, if you go out into the desert, it says that like, oh, you might see a whim, and typically after you see one in the dunes, you either find some treasure or get attacked. So it's like, oh, you gotta hope the whims are on your side, the whims of fate. Those are the descendants of the scientists and artists who stayed underground in the Constellation stuff, poking their heads out of the sand, going, what the fuck is that colossus of glass and light? We should go investigate. Oh, I don't want anyone to discover our society. Or, hey, someone's getting really close to one of our temples. Can you dress as a traveler or a bandit and go scare them or whatever? So unbeknownst to them, the Whims have become this like little mascot of Longshot. And Longshot and Sweet Jazz are linked by the New Tomorrow Bridge, which goes across these islands. Taiga Country is last. Let's see. We got some art for some of these. Oh,
some fucking art.
Here's the Trashin' Girl from earlier, wearing comic book stuff. And sorry, still scrolling. Another one. This is one of my favorite Rhea drawings, actually. Just a delivery guy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, here's some Whim concept art.
I love that. Yo, the sword.
Yeah, the sword's really cool. And then Sweet Jazz City. So Sweet Jazz, I always call it, I just go, oh, it's Sweet Jazz, even though it's Taiga Country. Taiga Country is the smallest overland country, and historically was like the one people didn't care about. Long ago, it was mostly just like nomadic shepherds up in the tundra. It's so fucking cold there. It snows 9 months of the year, and but it's very colorful. So Sweet Jazz has natural dyes in the way that other places have like oil or gold. Sweet Jazz has these big strains of plants that you can turn into these beautiful purples, pinks, blues, colors you can't get anywhere else, really. I don't know how the Whims got them. Don't think about that. So, after, like, as, other stuff is going on historically, Sweet Jazz City is, like, the most new city by a pretty wide margin. The Aminata Shore disaster happens around the same time that people from the south, from Island Country and Deepwood, start going, yeah, there's some potential up here with the dye countries. We could, like, or the dye counties. We could sell a bunch of this stuff and make a lot of money. So they start building rail lines extended up from the subways in Deepwood. And this happens right when everyone needs a new home, because Aminata Shore just exploded and Bellmouth's getting crowded. So a bunch of people go up here, and there's all these towns which are gold rush towns called bloom towns, because they bloom in the middle of the desert out of nowhere. And this is so fucking stupid. It's such a Terry Pratchettism, but hang on. These are cowboys. I want to see. This is so dumb. Rough riders and criminals stalk the snowy railways, robbing trade caravans and boarding trains in order to steal thousands of dollars in valuable dye barrels. Eventually, the merchants began hiring mercenaries to protect their goods, lone gunmen who were quick with a pistol and willing to brave the bitter cold of the north. Some of those hired guns eventually took to wearing the colors of respective merchant companies they protected to identify themselves, while neutral gunslingers and criminals wore pure white to blend in with the snow for ambushes. When protecting their goods, these mercenaries would sometimes load their gun with non-lethal paintball ammo that could mark thieves trying to steal their payloads, and make them easier to track and identify. Most often these paintballs were black, as black dye was cheaper than its colorful cousins. The black splotches on white leather gave these warriors their most common name, cowboy.
That's so dumb. I love it so much. Holy shit, backward engineering a name is so funny. I love that.
They're also called palletiers, but you can't beat the word cowboy, frankly.
Yeah.
Here he is. Yeah, we got a cowboy as well.
Yo, that's so sick.
So Taiga Country is all about cowboys. Eventually, though, you know, gold rushes start to fade. The market gets oversaturated. People aren't as interested anymore. Oh, right. There's fucking art for this, too. Taiga.
Hell yeah.
So, you know, people sort of turn to criminality, blah, blah, blah. Taiga sort of loses its spark. But people in Taiga are, like, So you know how every country in this setting, you might have noticed, has kind of this driving cultural principle. So, like Island Country, it's efficiency and upcycling. Deepwood, it's like this dichotomy between like really just like two things over and over again. There's like life and death, growth and decay. Thank you. My brain is not working. People being rich, people in the bottom, and then Ocean Country is sacrifice, desert is self-actualization, and Taiga's is freedom, with all the good and bad that gives you. So at this point, I mentioned the Aminata Shore thing happens. There are still people who always are not comfortable with what's going on in Island Country. And suddenly, there's this big group of artisans who are out of work moving down from the tundra over here into Sweet Jazz Village. And everyone's like, this is a village that does not have the hardcore anti-Epithet stuff of Deepwood, the hardcore anti-inscribed stuff of Island Country. So all these people come here and they're like, this is great. This is just a city where we're going to be free, and it's a city of the future. And eventually, it's like, I think Aram saw this once. He was like, this is truly the jelloest politics I've ever seen anyone write. And I was like, yeah, no, that's fair. So seeing this new big opportunity, again, some big wigs try and move in here and functionally try and establish similar systems of class hierarchy that there were in Bellmouth, in Aminata, in Coriolis, and they're like, yes, we'll just like stack the juries and the courts and stack the legislature, and who's gonna stop us? But here everyone's just like, no, if you do that, we're just gonna kill you. And they're like, oh, surely they wouldn't. And they just will. So anytime someone is just like, I'm in charge now because I have the most money and resources, everyone up here just goes, okay, cracks knuckles and beats them to death with their bare hands. So Sweet Jazz City is this place where the benefit is you can do anything you want, and there's no governmental oversight. It's very, like, publicly minded. You're not even allowed to be mega rich. There's a cap. There's a bunch of stuff I'm not going to talk about because it applies to Phoenika's family, and we go into it in a later book. I actually cut some of it from Prison of Plastic, because it was boring, and who cares? But there's an act that basically means if you make a certain amount of money every year, your company can only make 100 mil a year. Any more than that instantly goes to public work. So like zoos, feeding the hungry, universal health care. And you as a human being cannot make over $1 million a year. There's no reason you need to make that. If you make any more than that, it goes to, you know, again, public works. If we find that you're trying to circumvent that through offshore tax accounts, through listing it under other means, it's an instant death penalty. We'll fucking kill you. And that's still in effect in modern days. So everyone's just like, okay, probably not worth... Like, there's no law in Taiga Country that you can pay off, functionally. Which is all great.
There's no such thing as a fine.
There's no such thing as a fine. If you can pay to get off of getting in trouble for something, that law only exists for poor people. That does not happen here. The problem is, there is no oversight. People in Sweet Jazz hate being audited. That's why so much sucks there. That's why the bonsai blasters are around. That's why the Sweet Jazz Museum has no good security. So it's kind of just this comedy fail state of people going, I had a great idea, and like nobody keeping them in check. So there's a lot of white collar crime. There's a lot of problems, but like on the plus side, everyone kind of just is cool. Like if you have a criminal record, no one really cares. Like it's very easy to be integrated back into society. If you have a problem with like drugs or money, it's easy to get out of it. There's almost no homelessness in Sweet Jazz City because there's so many like public baths, places to stay. So like there's a lot of public works and there's a lot of accessibility, but also if you're like a villain, it's really easy to take advantage of that and fuck other people over through silent incompetence. I'm exploring a lot of that in the rewrite of the museum arc. There's a lot of things that I've started as jokes where it's like, did you notice that when Molly dialed 911, Percy just picked up the phone? Percy threw a walkie-talkie in her car, so it's just like, I bet I could justify that as, yeah, all dispatch calls get sent to a random officer, because it's the dispatchers union was like, this is annoying, so they're currently trying some other shit. Like, nothing quite works in Sweet Jazz City. But yeah, then the other major historical event that actually matters a lot in Epithet is, like I mentioned, Island Country has a lot of wars. It has the Ocean War. It has the Worst War, where they were like, oh, look. So you got these big countries here where it's like a lot of trade routes. But then you got these tiny islands that are off in the middle of fuck-ass nowhere. And they're like, man, there's nothing to us but this eternal maelstrom. If we hear legends of the missing continent of Australia, if we could set this up and do trade routes, that would be amazing. So they tried and were like, perfect, a new land. Let's invade it and make it our own. And Australians went, okay, cracks knuckles, rides into battle on dinosaurs and sharks. And it's like a 12-day war. And Island Country gets their ass kicked so hard that Australia's just like, go away. And Australia takes over this island as a launching point. So this is where most people brave the maelstrom. And only with modern ships did most people actually get into Australia. It's like I think it's like 60 years ago. It's really recent. And even more recently, Sweet Jazz invents the airplane. And they're like, oh, there's also, this is barely matters, but there's this, there's a bunch of like I'll talk about that in a minute. So, they invent the airplane and they're like, great, we can fly everywhere. And Island Country goes, don't do that, because then we won't have a monopoly on all the trade routes through the sea. Just put that airplane away. And, Taiga Country does not like being told what to do. So everyone's like, well, that's a bummer. That sounded like a cool invention, but if Island Country tells you not to do something, especially if you're the tiny, shitty little Sweet Jazz Taiga Country, which has never been in a war, I mean, they're gonna say, they're gonna give up. And Taiga Country goes, okay, cracks knuckles. And because no one has cannons on their boats that can hit fucking airplanes, and also, Russia style, Sweet Jazz's ocean ice is over, they kind of kicked Island Country's ass. And they won the exclusive right to use airplanes. They built airports in a bunch of places in the world. And it was they gave them such a molly-whopping in this war, where it was such a one-sided victory. Unfortunately, Sweet Jazz is like, yeah, pilots, like the modern age cowboy. There's this it's very popular to have like, cowboy stuff, pilots, planes, aviatrixes, all that stuff is like, yeah, we just won this war and it was so easy. And because their country didn't really have to suffer, like they didn't get successfully invaded because they were ice-based, they could just paratroop onto islands behind enemy lines and take them over really easily. They didn't suffer a lot of casualties, so they're like, war is awesome. So Sweet Jazz is kind of going through this like nationalism, jingoism period where it's like really cool to be pro, like, yeah, I'm from Taiga Country. I like writing something and going, I would love to have like rampant socialism. Let's see what that would do. And I'm like, well, I guess they'd be assholes about it, actually. And then thinking of how that would cause a fuck ton of problems. But yeah, that's Sweet Jazz. And there's a bunch of, the Tundras have all these like weapon manufacturing facilities now called, I think it's like the Iron Graveyard, where there's just like testing fields in the middle of the snow, where there's like bombs and guns sticking out of the ground. Let me see. Weapon graveyard, yeah. a lot of characters who either won't get mentioned because they were anime campaign, or will only get mentioned in new ways, are like veterans of this war. So, person who made Horizontal Pilot Command, it's called Horizontal Pilot Command because this is your pilot, because planes are really popular with kids in this country. The Bonsai Blasters founder was in this war, and that's why their shit is like, actually since minute one, the Bonsai Blasters have been aviation based. That's why they've got these airplane wings. Their outfits are recycled airplane parts, so they've got like, they were originally based off of stewardess outfits, but like, you know, in a stupid Sentai kind of beat going on. Phoenika's mom, she was an aviatrix in this war. Yeah. So that's all the settings. Thank you, Rhea and Sevi, for sitting and listening to me talk for way too long.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions about that stuff real quick before I actually go into like mechanics?
I'll take that opportunity to take a pee as well.
Yeah.
BRB.
Yeah, I haven't been speaking too much, but yeah, it sounds like super cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Which city is the most densely populated? Bellmouth, by a huge amount. It's the biggest city in the world. How do taxes work? They're pretty low, but they do exist. What's my favorite city? I think Coriolis is really cool. Why is Zora called a cowboy? 'Cause she looks like a cowboy. She wears the outfit. Is the Sand King still around? Depends if you want to run a game about him. Does everyone start speaking the same language? It's close. There's isolated pockets of the outback in Australia where they don't speak it. Take a couple more. How do you come up with this stuff? Brain? Who's all ocean descent? Yumta, Naven, Trixie, Giovanni, Rick. Does Australia work like ocean country where no one gets in or out? You can exit Australia through... There's a smaller part of the storm with some experienced navigators. It's not recommended to go in through any other route. Are the video games made of magic? No. Ocean Country has a lot of electrical know-how. And they also... They have this... They've got a lot of, like, glass with, electronic motherboards and stuff in it that they slot stuff into. So they just have, like, big TVs made of glass domes and stuff. Do local languages still exist? They're very uncommon. Is it a global planet? I don't know. That question doesn't matter to me.
I am back.
Hello. Do other languages have epithets? There are no other languages.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is that epithets only exist once any particular language is unified to the world. It doesn't have to be the common tongue. Like, there are isolated pockets of, like, Australian languages, and if one of those magically took over the world, epithets would still exist, but it's just a concentration. But, like, if you're asking, could someone who doesn't speak that language get an epithet? Yes. Can you use magic while having an epithet? Yes. What's up with ghosts? Ghosts. They're ghosts. What do you want? Is there any sign language? It's sign language in the way that, like, there's different sign languages for different languages. So I'm saying the epithet common tongue, there's an epithet common sign language as well. And they're considered the same language. You're just speaking it with a different part of your body.
Because there is, for people who don't know, in the real world, there is not one sign language. Depending on what country you are in, you will have different sign languages because different languages have different requirements in terms of, you know, translating that to physical action.
Why does Rick position he who hungers endlessly as wanting to become more powerful rather than wanting to keep electricity on? Rick doesn't know that's the stakes because, like, they wouldn't want to tell people that if this doesn't work, the country will just die. Are there any major religions? Probably. Oh, I didn't talk about it, but also there's like a modern movement among doctors in Deepwood to become, like, they're reclaiming the word Voltricism, and they're like, it's got like a new look. I don't remember what it was. I think that's one of the things we haven't drawn yet, right, Rhea? It's like, that was a work in progress.
Oh wait, what was the work in progress again? I think it...
Voltricism, like the doctors, like the plague doctor guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we haven't finalized designs for those ones.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll talk about mechanics now. Can zombies have epithets? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna consider a zombie an inanimate object for the purposes of epithet dispersal.
Mm-hmm.
They're controlled by fungus, and I don't like the idea of a mushroom having an epithet. I feel like that's weird.
Brings up way too many questions.
Yeah. Okay. What do you mean, how similar are zombies and ghosts? They're zombies and ghosts. Okay. Yeah, the system, again, this is like pre-alpha. I have not... Oh, I was supposed to switch music for each thing and I just didn't. Lol, whatever. This is not done. None of this has been play tested. My main goal of this today is going to be to show off these character sheets and talk a little bit about them. So, for people who never played, this is 2 or 3 steps away now from Unforgotten Realms. The goals of the epithet system are to be a system anyone can pick up and play very quickly. That means I don't want any modifiers. I don't like stats. I know people, I've seen so many people like homebrew stats back into the system, and you can do that. This is very much like a hardcore basic system. It encourages GM fiat. You can fuck with it in whatever way you want. But in the base system, I don't think you should ever have to think about adding modifiers to your D20 rolls. It should be so simple. And I keep like thinking of new ideas and then going, I can't find a way to implement that wouldn't annoy me as a player trying to come in and like, this is a game system designed that you can sit someone who's never played a TTRPG down and go, all right, we're going to make your guy in 20 minutes. And like most of that 20 minutes is thinking of what they can do. So yeah, let's see. What should I go over? Yeah, it's a nat 20 system. This is not ironclad. Obviously 20 is good, 1 is bad. Partial success is around here. The idea is, I'll just say this up front too. A lot of people have been like, I can't wait to play this system. You'll probably be able to play most of it from just me explaining it here. It's not terribly different from the system as it existed before for Anime Campaign. Some of the elements are a little different. I'm trying to make it easier. But a big important thing is like, I hate it when people see this and go like, those are the rules. This is a system for people who are good at game balancing on the fly as a GM. Like if anyone can play this system, but if you're not good at making stuff up and rolling with punches and changing your plans, I do not think you should ever GM this system. It is so dependent on the person running it to be able to balance stuff. My goal with the character sheets and all the stuff is to give a ton of examples to make you go, oh, this is the type of stuff I can do. And then you turn and go like, okay, that makes me think I could probably do this and the other thing. If you're the kind of player who needs to go, okay, what am I allowed to do? Let me look at the exact examples and like one-to-one those numbers and see what I can change. Okay, I had another idea, but I need to make sure that's within the system. You shouldn't do this. That's your sign. You should not run this game. It is just not made for you. That's the fair warning. Everything in here is allowed to be changed. So, basic stamina. So stamina is your HP. This is a system where your magic, your, like all your abilities, your mana, they're all one pool. So say you have 25 health to start and you've got an attack and you want to use your special attack, it costs 3 health to like fire a fireball or something. So taking damage costs stamina. Using abilities costs stamina. It's all one thing. Proficiency. Originally, proficiency was your Pokemon level. It would be like, I have 10 proficiency, and when I'm at 14 proficiency, I've been told I get a new power. It's not like that anymore. Now you get a character sheet, and each thing, it'll be like, once you get, your GM will set this up, you need 2 proficiency put into here. It's an expendable currency. So once you have that, it upgrades. So maybe it's just a raw number upgrade, etc. This will be much easier to talk about once I have explicit examples. Companionship. This is one I stole from a group of guys Savvy works with, if you want to talk about that a little. I think I might have taken a few things from you, but I don't remember what I did and didn't take.
Yeah, so, hey everybody, that's why I'm here, basically. I'm Eternal_Savvy. I pretty much watched Anime Campaign when it was streaming, and afterwards immediately joined a server called Destruction Bench Agreement, who were basically just like, hey, we all really like Anime Campaign and we want to make characters, but we don't have any GMs, so let's just make characters and play against each other. Since then, it has been going on for a long ass time. We have done a bunch of different experiments and playing around with the rules that were originally there. As a result, there are 3 people who directly are responsible for companionship as an idea, which is Cadle Dance, Starlight Nebula, and Petronix, who basically came together, playtested the idea, and yeah, the idea is that you can upgrade your relationship with another character in order to have like dual techs or specific upgrades to what you do when you are doing it with somebody. There is, I don't know if you have the special Monday type that specializes in companionship.
I did add that. Yeah, I'll talk about that a little later.
Yeah, because that was our friend Roche who came up with that specific thing and playtested that a lot.
Yeah, the way I have it as written right now, and this is very subject to change, companionship is one of the things I've worked on the least, is, for me right now, it's very similar to proficiency, where it's like something you earn from like successfully, there's dual techs and there's combined turns in this system. A lot of the ways you increase stats is rolling a 20 in specific scenarios, or you can get it from spoils of battle. So if every time you are doing a combined action with a buddy, I might also change these to buddy points just because it's easier to say. Then companionship, which is 4 syllables. But the idea is you just get another point every single time. And at certain points, your GM gives you like an explicit ability with like numbers rather than, oh, can we work together and make up some kind of power or something? And then you can upgrade that ability. Someone mentioned I've been combining, like I've been homebrewing this with the Never Stop Blowing Up system from Dropout in Dimension 20. I did add, I haven't written this because I haven't touched this in a year and a half, but I am adding a thing called pips. I don't remember what they're called. I actually don't even know what the official name of the system they use on Dropout is, but I'm such a huge fan of giving the player something if they fail. So every time something you try to do fucks up, you get a pip, which is what you call the dot over an I. because it's a word-based system, and you spend a pip in the future to add +1 to something. Kids on Bikes tokens, yeah, it's just those. They're really good. There's an archetype that gets extra pips. There's an archetype that I'm playing with that can't use pips on your own rolls, but gets double pip usage if you give them to a friend, so you can upgrade your friend's rolls instead. That's another thing. How to play, it's mostly the same. This is really important. I need to get better at using the word encounter rather than combat. I am a big proponent of not having all of your heavy quotes combat scenarios be fights. So it could be anything like someone is someone is going through like medical shock, and your players have, all the characters in your universe have some level of ability they can use. Or in an anime campaign, there was a high stakes date near the end, which I think is probably the most anime campaign fight there was. So I'm trying to use the word encounter, where it's a thing where time is of the essence and there are high stakes. So you do have to roll for initiative, which I don't know if you've never played a game before, is just everyone rolls their dice. Whoever rolls highest goes first. Very board game. So maybe this is the order. She should be player rather than character.
That dating encounter was legitimately, I think, one of the like highlights of original anime campaign. It was just, as someone who was watching and just a fan at the time, I was fucking howling with laughter for a lot of it. It was very good.
Yeah, so like in that scenario, one of the player characters was on a date with an NPC who is functionally a boss, and there were waiters working for the bad guy team trying to fuck up the date, so all of the players had to subtly assist the date. Like at one point, the kitchen making their food went on fire, so the players had to deal with that. How would they run interference and prevent the waiters from like spiking the wine? One of them ran over and got someone who could play the saxophone to add some sexy ambiance and music to the date. Like, stuff like that. I think that's the kind of encounter you want to encourage in this system. Combat can be fun, but the more outside the box you think of with your encounter, I think the better it is in general. Every turn has action and movement. It works exactly the same. This has not changed at all. You can move and act in whatever order you choose. You cannot split your movement up with action. So if you can move 5 spaces, you can't go 3 spaces, punch 2 more spaces. But you can move 3 spaces, punch, or punch who you're standing next to and then move away 3 spaces, if that makes sense. Other stuff. I have to explain all this stuff very briefly because a lot of the character sheets use this terminology. Even though I'm sorry, this is probably very basic to most people. Your attack roll is when you're aiming, not your damage. Your damage is pretty finite in this system. There's not a lot of like modifiers where it'll be like 8 plus 1d6 or something. It's usually just a solid number. So your attack roll is, I want to hit that thing. And then your DM, I'm trying to use the word game master rather than dungeon master also, will decide, okay, in my head, if they roll higher than a 4, they hit this thing. It's also very important to know that success is very malleable. So say that you're fighting a normal enemy and someone rolls like a 5 to hit them. I would probably let that hit, maybe take 1 damage off, maybe not even if it's like a really weak enemy. But if you're fighting like a boss, then I'd be like, you probably need like an 8 or a 9 if you want to hit them. So like, it's very important to know. And here's something, people don't understand this because like when they hear stories of stuff, it's always like, oh, crit 20 or crit fail. A crit 20 is not always a success. A crit 1 is not always a nat failure. Like, it's not always a catastrophic failure. It's also really important to give the player gifts, even on a failure. So say a player character has to make a cake for something, and they're like, I try to decorate the cake, and they roll a 1. If they have never baked a cake before, they make like the ugliest fucking cake in the world, or like give them a joke. But if they're like a chef character, they would not fuck up a cake. You have to find an external reason that 1 happened. So like, oh, the janitor walks by and knocks it out of your hands and it hits the floor or something. That would be how you do a 1. Or like, if it's in combat, like suddenly a pipe bursts over you and now there's water. And maybe one of the characters has an electrical attack, so they can somehow utilize that later in the fight or something. Throwing wrenches is really important.
May I add to this as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot of GMing just in general and in anime campaign as well. Another big thing, you saw earlier that Jello had like the little kind of gradient of successes and failures. Utilize that judiciously, because one of the worst things that can happen, especially in something like D&D where it is just a binary success system, is if somebody is eating shit on rolls consistently, it feels awful. If somebody is only hitting 3s or 4s, give them glancing damage, give them minor effects. It's meant to be a way to give people grace and allow mainly for things to continue happening rather than people just go, nothing happens for 6 turns, you know?
Yeah. So the guiding principles of this system when you're playing it, or especially if you're GMing it, is give everybody what I call mini games, which I'll talk about more with the character sheets. And this is probably the main thing. No one should ever feel like they have nothing to do, and no one should ever feel like they can't do anything in a given situation. If you're GMing this, that should never happen, ever. Everyone should always have an ability that can do something. Even if someone rolls like 3 3s in a row, and it's like not a comedy situation where it's adding to it, like maybe you're role playing and it's like someone's really fumbling the bag on a date, and it's like, wow, this is funny how much you suck. But if it's combat where it's like, hey, you only get to move every 6 minutes and you failed 3 times in a row, start throwing them bones somehow. Eventually just be like, it hits. Who cares? It hits. Like, just make it hit. It's fine. Don't make anyone feel useless. I'm really liking how friendly this system is to its players. This is another thing, actually. I'm glad you said that. The GM and players are co-workers in this system. This is not a system for fighting the GM. This is not a Tomb of Horrors system. It is not designed to be a system. Like, players should actively be like, oh, I'm trying to figure out a way to do this. Like, I have this idea, but I don't know how to set this up. You should workshop with them to set something up. You make the character sheet from scratch together.
And like, this is something, I mean, this applies to a lot of tabletop in general, but in this in particular, like, if you're trying to do a thing, don't be cryptic. Like, your GM is on your side, especially in an improv system like this. Just say to your GM, like, hey, I've had this idea that maybe I could cause this to happen. Is there a way that I could use my power in that way? And then the GM can do something with you to figure that out. Don't think that you need to be keeping secrets from your GM, because they're meant to be, it's improv. It's literally improv where, you know, the idea is you are doing a scene together.
Yeah. Also important to remember, you don't have to roll for literally everything you do. Dice are a randomizer for fun when the stakes are low. If you're like especially if you are a competent improviser, and also you're pretty good at like banter, and it's just like, I want to walk up and like diplomacy this guy. You could walk up and actually just say words that make sense. And then the GM might be like, yeah, give me a roll. But like, you know, they talk. So it's like, if you get anything higher than a 2, I'm going to give it to you. Or if you were like, I'm not that confident in this, I want to walk up to this guy and convince him to let me through this doorway. And I don't want to role play it. Like, that might be a roll, and then the difficulty might be like an 8 or a 9. But you don't need to roll for everything. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Really quick. You can move and act in any order. You don't have to move if you don't want to. You don't have to act if you don't want to, though I imagine there's very few situations where that's a good idea. You can move through allies, but not enemies. 2 characters cannot occupy the same space even if they are an ally. So you can move through a friend, but you can't end your turn on their space. If they have to, for whatever reason, they're going to roll with disadvantage. This is a thing I use a lot in this system because of the way a raw D20 system works. Even a +5 modifier means everything will be a success. A +5 is like amazing in this system. It's as high as it's allowed to go. So there's a lot of rolling with disadvantage and advantage. So to roll with advantages, you roll your D20 twice, and you, if it's disadvantage, you take the lower number. If it's advantage, you take the higher number. So it just gives you 2 shots to do something, basically. If you want, instead of acting, you can move twice. This is called double movement. So say your friend is far away and it would take like 3 turns to move to them. Might be smarter to use 1 turn to move twice, and then the next turn you can move and act. Characters can move in any direction. I'm not going to go over... I know this is like a weirdly contentious thing. This system uses the diagonal movement rule. It's just math. You fucking have to do this. It doesn't make any goddamn sense otherwise. If you move diagonal, it costs more. Don't worry about it. I won't go into the math. Okay. You can ready an action. So, say you are in a battle in a couple of rooms, like across a hallway, and you made a noise, so an enemy is coming towards you. You can use your turn to, like, ready a baseball bat to hit them. So you can go, I'm going to, on this turn, I'm going to wait, and if this guy runs through, I'm going to hit him in the face with the baseball bat. That uses your turn, and if the guy runs through, it happens automatically. If they don't end up running, like maybe a bigger noise happens, they go, what was that? And they turn around, your turn is used anyway. That's kind of the gamble of it. Delaying your turn, very similar, but a little more permanent. So remember this is a system where big attacks use your health. So say you've got an ally at low HP. And they're going to use a really high gamble attack, and you're the team's healer, but you move before them. So it might be kind of dangerous to go before them. And it's like, oh, darn, I go in the wrong spot on our turn order. Because if I go now and you use your move and it misses or something goes wrong, you're going to be at low HP and you might get knocked out by an enemy. It might be smarter for you to delay your turn on the turn order, which, so like say this is your turn order and you're player A and player B wants to move their thing. You go, I delay my turn to go after them. So now player B goes before player A, but you stay there. So now when the next turn rolls over, you're still after them forever. And you can keep delaying, you can delay as long as you want, and it will loop around at the end, though then you'll have missed a turn, which is weird to do. That's a small thing, but oh my god, does it give you so much more strategy. Yeah. Combining your actions. So, say 2 of you want to do something together, like, hey, can we both push this big block that's blocking the door together using both our turns? The GM would say, like, yes, you can both do that, and you roll with advantage because you're working together. That's a combined action. Currently in the system, as it's working, that's where if one of you rolls a 20, they get a companionship point. Or it might even be all of us want to attack this guy at the same time. We've got this ridiculous plan that uses all of our skill sets. And it's like, okay, you can actually engage the combined action on anyone who's participating with it, any one of their turns, provided they haven't moved that turn. So if it's player A's turn and player B and C haven't acted yet, and it's like, we're all going to do this thing, all of you can go on player A's turn, player B, or player C, but like once that happens, you don't get to move otherwise. So say player A, B, C all go together, that disables their turn for the next time. So functionally, it'll look like this. Honestly, that's probably the most complicated thing in this system. Okay, this is really work in progress. I'm not going to stick a long time on this. You can obviously play someone with or without an epithet. I did add one type that I'm very excited about that I think is fun. The numbers on these are not final. Inscribed, you have an epithet. You can just pick your own epithet. This is traditionally you roll a word. I think it's more fun to just make up a power set. I'm gonna be real.
Anytime what we do in DBA, yeah.
it's just better thematically. Anytime if you have an epithet, you get a free point of proficiency anytime that you roll a 20 using your epithet. So it's just like, my epithet is soup. I rolled a 20. I made a really good soup. You just get a free point. That's the thing that happens. Mondays, currently it looks like they get extra proficiency on any roll. Yeah, okay, this is how it used to be. Mondays, it's not locked to just using their epithet. It's any nat 20 to make up for the fact that they don't have an epithet at all. There's one that gets bonuses for stamina, one that gets bonuses for proficiency, one that gets bonuses for this. Those are in the works, so I don't want to talk about them. Then there's the undiscovered. This is a character who believes they're a Mundi, but they actually have an epithet ability. The player is not allowed to know the epithet. The GM has to do it. Anytime the player rolls a nat 20 on something that has to do with their power, they get +3 proficiency, and they have to use those hints to figure out what it is. And if they do describe it, they swap to the normal inscribe type. Roll your sets. This is not here anymore. I don't have a thing. I hate this shit. I hate randomization at character building. I think it sucks eggs. It's terrible. These aren't done either. I'm trying to make these... In the original system, there was just no fucking reason to be heavy set. It was such a bad idea. These are all work in progress. Don't want to talk about them. Collectibles, achievements, none of these matter. Epithet guessing game, that doesn't matter. Status ailments, I mostly talk about those. Yeah, okay.
There is one thing I'd like to, because you skipped over the guessing game for epithets. I don't know if this has been mentioned already. If you haven't watched the original anime campaign, people should have one guess a turn, and that is fucking it. Holy fuck.
You know what's great is that...
so out of hand otherwise.
That was the rule in the original, too, and people just fucking ignored it. That was the rule from session 0. Yeah, anyway. If you guess someone's epithet and you don't know it, you can get points. So, the most important thing in this system for making a character, typically, finished character sheet will have epithet or Mundi. They'll have some amount they can move per turn. It's usually between 4 and 6. Some amount of HP, or it's called stamina, I should use that term. If they have an epithet. The class doesn't matter. It's just like for flavor. You get to pick whatever. Weapon, whatever their normal thing is. The weapon is I'm playing a survival horror game and I'm out of ammo. It's the knife. It's your option in case you have nothing left. A weapon should not cost any ability unless there's some special thing going on in the kit. Passive, this is your best friend. The way this system works now, and you will see this on these character sheets, is passives exist to set up a completely unique character, and then you pick the abilities based on how you want to play that minigame. I said this earlier. The idea is I never want a player to just be going, how do I reduce the enemy's health to 0? I will hit them. Every encounter, every single player character should have a minigame somewhere in their kit. Everyone I've got here has a minigame. Giovanni is the simplest, but like, let's take this. Where is he? Where's the jumping Howie? Some of these are going to be around. Okay, now we actually get to start showing off some of Rhea's art because she's drawn something for every single one of these guys. So this Howie build, fall damage, add an extra point of damage for every 10 feet of vertical distance Howie travels before an attack. Howie takes 0 fall damage. So that's a pretty nice ability on its own because you can do some ridiculous shit with that. But all of Howie's stuff, Howie also does not need to roll climb checks and can scale vertical objects with the same speed and ease as it takes to move over regular tiles. So Howie can move, what has he got, 5 movement? 50 feet up in a single turn. So the minigame here is that Howie either runs around areas that have lots of different height, and he can run up or down and jump off of them like a dragoon, or he can just build his own little structures to jump off of them. You can also build structures and knock them down. So, like, that's the mini game. Another mini game. What's an easy one? This is actually, I will actually say, this is such a solid boss kit. This is an amazing boss kit. Like, Sierra. I'm trying to like remember one who's got like a really. Oh yeah, Hui Fong has such insane abilities. I love her. She's nuts. Let's see. Okay. Let me grab the art for her while I'm sitting here. Hui Fong. It's gonna fuckle for a second, because that's how the system works. Boop. Okay. All of her kits are so insane. I love them so much. They all have crazy ass mini games. They're very literal mini games. They don't need to be this explicit. But Huifeng she's a garbage picker from Island Country. There's a couple original characters in here. You'll see them. So her gimmick is that you need to have access to a random letter generator, a la Scrabble. And she is constantly running through a bag of discarded junk that they keep on their person. I think she's they. The junk parts are represented by letters of the alphabet. You can instantly build anything they can spell with the letters that you have. For instance, SODA would create a small healing item, while gun would give them a new weapon. You can keep 3 items between battle. So as you attack, you can just straight up say, hey, spend 3 stamina to generate a random letter, or like get 5 letters. Hey, I want to pick one specifically. Throw away all of your letters and each of them does damage. Stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. So that's just the spell system. It's a very literal mini game built around this character. Also, it's very important. Players should never be built for only combat or only RP. They should be able to do something in both. So yeah, I'm going to explain these systems really quick to you, and then you guys let me know which of these you want to do. And I'll go over everyone really quick, and then, because I feel bad, because Rhea has been patiently here this whole time, and then we can design someone on the fly. So, DPS, damage per second, very easy. This is the guy who is designed to whittle the enemy down the fastest in battle. The trick is to not make them boring. That's that. There's tank. I have 3 different types of tank. Tank is the guy who functionally prevents your party from losing HP. So defense tank, pretty easy. Maybe they've got armor. They have some way to actually put barriers in front of people. So like Indus would be a defense tank. A focus tank, they draw focus from enemy fire, so enemies have no choice but to attack them. You get to pick where the damage is among your party, and you can choose whoever has the most health. Dodge tank has some ability where it's just straight up fucking harder to hit them. So, by virtue of getting hit less, they absorb damage, heavy quotes, because the enemy is wasting attacks on them. 3 different subtypes. We got Indus, and then there's original character named Caius for this. He's an Ocean Country wizard. For each of these, I wanted to show how clear it is that you can make... It doesn't matter what your player comes to you with, you can make anything out of a prompt. So... all of these are, each of these has 3 inscribed people. So obviously Giovanni has soup, Howie is a Mundi, and I wanted to be like, you can take the same concept and do something very, very different with it. Controller. Controllers manipulate enemies by changing combat scenarios. So this might mean you can physically move them around. Maybe you can affect the environment. You can corral enemies. This is your crowd control. Also, like, detrimental debuffs, like throwing grease or lighting places on fire, blocking off certain areas, stuff like that. Support. These are your bards. So they end up like giving passive buffs to their allies. They might be able to pick an ally, and it's like every turn you pick someone new, they can do something. A lot of anytime actions, which give them the ability to help anytime. Interesting. Gambler. These are a little more dangerous. This is for players who don't get bummed out if they roll badly a lot. High risk, high reward. Kits where it takes a long time to set something up for a fuck ton of payoff. Wild magic is this. You might have abilities where it's like 1 of 3 things could happen. That's a gambler. So Huifeng earlier, you don't know what Scrabble tokens you're going to pull out. That's gambling. That's a gambler ability. Yeah, literally not recommended for players who get bummed out for the rest of the session. We're in a high stakes plan. They've spent 5 turns setting up fails because of dice rolls. You need to be able to roll with the punches. Then I've also organized these from easiest to hardest to design. So healer, you can see these get progressively longer. Don't think of a healer as someone who is able to heal. Think of your entire party's stamina pool. A healer is someone who can move stamina from one place to another where it's most needed. Healers are more about moving stamina than replacing it. Every healing ability needs to cost more stamina overall to heal than it actually heals, or it needs to have a setup. So you need to charge it. You might need to like have a passive where it's like you heal progressively more. So the first time you heal, it only heals 1. Second time it heals 2. The third time it heals 3. So you become a more useful healer the more you do it, but like that costs time. Summoner. Holy shit, this is hard.
Yeah, I have personal experience of this one.
So there's something really important in tabletop design called the action economy. It's how many times your party gets to move versus your enemies. It's why it can be hard to design bosses. It's why even in the original anime campaign, which not the best balancing overall, even then bosses got to move 3 times. Just because if it's like, you've got 5 party members, and then the boss moves. That means the boss gets smacked 5 times in a row, and then they get to do something. Summoners cause the same problem, where a summoner can just have like 7 little guys they move on their turn. There's different types of summoners. I think I've designed a bunch of balanced ones here. But like, Sylvie can summon sheep. Summoned creatures should move on the summoner's turn. They should usually take damage, like the summoner and their creatures share a health pool. That way, like, if you don't do that, holy shit, it's so fucking annoying. Yeah, so those are the types. Do you have a preference for me to skim over? I'm only gonna go in depth on maybe like 2 of these.
I'll throw in real quick extra emphasis on taking damage from your summons, because it discourages having too many out at the same time.
It also means you're hard countered by AoE attacks. Gambler. All right.
I've got a character exactly like that. Yeah, people are fucking going crazy for Danny Gansley, dude.
Oh my god, why? All right. Gambler. Okay. I've marked this as green, which means it needs work. So awesome place to start. Okay, let's see. Which one is this? Dan. Oh, it looks like I only have 2 Dans in here. Well, let's put him here. Whoop, 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 whoop.
It's him.
It's him. That's the guy. Slot machine gun, randomized gun deals. You know what? Before we get to this, I know you guys picked this. I'm ignoring you. Let's start easy, because I want to explain this really quick. Also, I love this Giovanni art. So,
oh, yeah.
Giovanni is about as basic as they come in these kits. He's super, super easy to understand, and I think that'll be a better place to start. So, Soul Slugger Doombat deals 8 damage. Good. It's a bat. That's a lot of damage, also. 8 is pretty high for a starting character. Custom weapon. Giovanni can upgrade his Soul Slugger Doombat to make it stronger mid-battle. He can attach items like nails or jacks to the bat to increase its base damage, and also use his epithet to infuse it with various elemental flavors in order to deal 1.5 times damage to specific enemies. The kit here, there's actually 2, so you'll notice each of these has 5. A standard starting kit, as far as I know, should have 3. You don't have to do that. You can do whatever you want. But to show examples, I am offering 5 for every single one of these, because I'm crazy. So the basic thing going on here is Giovanni has this really easy, simple one where he's got a spell sword between fire and ice. You use superheated, you make your bat on fire, you hit someone, you afflict them with burn. Then you swap to freeze. If you freeze a target who is burned, it deals extra damage. The idea is you swap back and forth, afflict them with a status ailment, and then hit them when they're weak. Very, very basic, but it works. Also, this is good for, yeah, and he's got his other passive, which is just the Giovanni passive for fun. So this one, you know, there's little fun things you could do with this outside of combat. You can make things colder. You could probably make food. Fire is always a useful thing to be able to create. Change up, whack a softball-sized orb of soup towards your opponent's infinite range. Further you aim, the higher the DC gets. DC stands for dice check. Deals 4 damage in a 2x2 splash zone. Soup takes on the elemental properties of your bat. So this is just, hey, all of this kit, it's very upfront. Is there an enemy who can outrun you? Is there an enemy who's far away? You could take change up to deal damage over distance. This also lets you, say you burn someone and they sprint away. This is an anytime action. I should also explain those. I think, sorry, real quick. There's like terms somewhere.
Glossary?
Oh, fuck. Was there something called glossary?
No, I was just asking if you have a glossary.
I do. I didn't call it that, though. Yeah, these will all matter. I already explained these. Triple advantage and disadvantage. It's just rolling with disadvantage or advantage, but 3 dice instead of 2. Turn order. Turn. A turn is your turn. A round is all of the turns in one go. So, characters A, B, and C each have a turn every round. Standard action, that's just, you know, you do something. Move action, you move. Free action, this is something that takes no in-universe time. Chatting, you might be able to use a potion or something, like opening a can of soda in the middle of battle to drink it to restore some health. That's a free action. Ready to action, talked about that. Anytime action. If anything's got this little symbol, you can do it anytime. So, say you're Indus, you can make an anytime action barrier. Someone is about to get attacked, anytime action, put a barrier between your ally and the person who's about to damage them. Once per round. These are so important for balancing. These are your best fucking friends. Once per round, this is something you can only do once. So, say you're Indus and you've got a barrier. That's once per round. Most anytimes are at least once per round. It's pretty rare that they're not. So say you're Indus and you've got this ability that you can put a barrier up anytime. If it's not once per round, you can block like 7 different attacks in a single round, which is so boring and so annoying for the GM. Also, it's going to burn all your stamina in one turn, and then you'll look pretty stupid. Once per combat, once per encounter, you can use these. They're strong. These are new. Once per in-universe day. These are like mid and late game abilities. So, in-universe, your character has to do a full day rest. Kind of standard TTRPG stuff. Once per session. This is once per player universe sitting. And then once per campaign is once ever.
May I throw in some important notes for any time, or do you... Yes. So
yeah, you don't have to ask permission. You're a consultant.
Okay, cool. So I have been playing this for a long ass time. We and the people I play with have been playing even more than me. And we have kind of come across a phenomenon that we call anytime tennis, which is pretty much what it sounds like, but I'll explain it. So we DBA, we eventually kind of laugh at ourselves because our power levels have gotten so out of hand that we have basically started creating specific sessions that are like, hey, in this session, don't bring your fucking game-breaking characters, please just bring your regular guy. And anytime tennis is very much the reason for that. We kind of got to a point where as we played characters more and more, we would get more and more abilities, and a number of them would be anytimes. And even if it wasn't a more than once per round, you would have so many anytimes that could apply to so many different unique situations that an enemy would be like, I'm gonna hit this ally. And then that person would go, I'll do my anytime dodge. It didn't work. Well, this enemy does this anytime to make you not dodge. Well, actually, my ally is going to jump in with his anytime ad infinitum. It was literally like, it's untenable. Every turn would become an insane game of anytime tennis. And it's to a point where we now actively watch out for creating characters like that, or we only put characters who do that in their own battle arena with no one else. I ended up making a specific character who was designed around keeping up with anytime tennis characters without having anytimes. And the way I did that was by creating a summoner who created so many summons that on her turn, she just had like 10 actions, and it legitimately was balanced. Don't do this. I want to emphasize that. We are insane people, and we have fun with breaking the system and being crazy about it. But I'm not kidding. If you make that the standard, you are regularly gonna have combats that run for 3 or 4 hours, and that will put a session up to 6 or 8 hours, which you should not be aspiring to. So, only give your characters like 1 or 2, maybe.
Yeah. Someone asked, can you be more than one category? For example, a dodge tank that's also a gambler. Almost everything on here except Giovanni is one of those. Yeah. These are not like, I'm gonna be this class. These are categories to help a GM understand the general idea for making different archetypes, and for players going, I think I want this to be my role, but I also want to tank a little bit if they don't already have an idea. You can mix and match these as you want. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Savvy, because I don't think I think I just purposefully went, all right, well, I have not designed any abilities that allow themselves to do that because that would be stupid and annoying. Like, Giovanni could superheat 12 times in a row and knock himself out because there's no restriction on this, but it doesn't get you anything for doing that.
Yeah, but yeah, at the end of the day, right, like, it's one of those things of, it might seem intuitive of like, oh, well, don't have too many anytimes because it just drags things down. But if you get to a point where you are doing a lot of like, where you're just playing it a lot and you're playing the same character a lot and you're getting a lot of upgrades, and all of a sudden you have like 5 or 6 anytimes and all of them have some way to interact with something that's going on. It's like the boiling frog thing, you know, of like, all of a sudden we have 3 characters who, when they show up, just the game, like, you just actively need to design boss fights to have answers to anytime tennis. I think one of our stronger bosses that happened was like a boss that could just shut down anytime tennis. It was just like, anytime this stops happening, and it legitimately crippled people. Like, just be careful of it. If you want to see it in real time, they do stream. We do stream, rather. It's on Patronix1234 on Twitch. They are insanely long. I think they're a fucking great time. If you want to see like the logical end point of that, that's where to go see it.
Yeah. I need to have an explicit section about developing characters for long-term games, which honestly you guys know more than I do, but in my mind, I think I would probably cap the amount of abilities a character can have at like 5 or 6. I would rather improve existing abilities or replace them than like keep building and building and building. But I'm also not a person who sees the enjoyment in playing a character forever, and I know that's something people like to do. So anyway, his other abilities, he's got that distance one. Duct tape, which you can spend a turn adding something to your bat. There's a lot of these where it's like GM will decide the item's effect. Generally how it works is you propose something to your GM and it'll be like, if I slam this big nail through my bat, what do I get? And it's like, well, let's say it deals 1 extra damage, or, well, if you roll a 12 or higher, it inflicts a bleed status on the enemy. So something like that. And then the player can go, okay, yes, I will do that. Or, that doesn't sound good enough. Or the player can go, I want to do this. Can I do this? And the GM will either say yes or be like, no, that's too powerful. Let's do this. Do you still want to do it? The This isn't working. Hit a target so hard that you knock all elemental attributes and custom mods off your bat. Deals +2 damage for each item that was attached to the bat, and +3 for any elemental charge. That's pretty solid. All these custom... Okay, so this is really strong because that would be... Say you've got, like, a nail and it's superheated. Say these are your 3 moves. Duct tape, this isn't working, superheated. That seems really tough. Except to set that up, you need to burn 3 stamina, 4 stamina, 7 stamina, and at least 2 turns to do that, because this isn't any time. So that would deal, what, like 13 damage for 7 stamina? That's pretty fair. But you could also fuck around and, like, if you're in a junkyard and you duct tape, like, 9 things to your bat and then run up to a boss and hit them, could deal a lot of damage. So, probably 2 kits you could make out of this. You could do the spell sword guy, or you could do, like, a junkyard fighter. But you can mix and match these in any way. I would definitely recommend taking these 2 as a pair, though. This one's also fun. You can also see my minigame summary on here. These are multi-hit attacks, so it'll be like, Giovanni attacks multiple times. This one is... this one's anime campaign Giovanni passive, where you get a crit on all 13s. And this one is Epithet Giovanni passive. Every 13th time you hit something, it counts as an automatic critical hit. If you happen to roll a nat 20 on your 13th hit, deals ×4 damage. Counter only goes up when you deal damage to a target with a health bar. Counter is ongoing, does not reset between combats. Player must keep track of the counter. If you have a status or anything going on, that's your fucking job. You need to remember. The GM's got enough going on as a player. And then for each adjacent ally, add +1 when aiming your attack rolls. So the gimmick of this is that you get a lot of tries to deal minimal damage multiple times. And it's better if you've got a bunch of party members. So if you all bum rush a boss and you've got 3 guys next to you, hey... That means you attack 3 times at d20 +3. That's pretty good. This one also, if you're in a crowd, you can hit multiple people. This one is just, hey, it does a little more damage, but you swing multiple times at one target. It's once per combat. Oh god, I forgot how insane this one is. Each swing deals 5 damage. So long as you succeed the attack roll, you get to swing again. Successful hit starts at a 6 or higher, and DC increases by 3 every swing. So you have to keep doing it.
God damn.
I'm going to up that by 5 because, to 4, I think, because this is also a once per combat for fucking obvious reasons. Other times you might make something that's busted. Yeah, but you can only do it once. He's a DPS. That's his fucking job. So the reason that, also rolling more than like 2 successes in a roll is actually so much harder than you think it is in a row. You gotta think of things like, why would this be once per combat? If someone runs up to someone and does an ability that's just, this is my melee range ability that I need to set up for, but the setup is still all there, like they're still surrounded by allies and they're still next to an enemy, why wouldn't they just do it over and over again and deal like 13 to 40 damage per turn? This is the same ability as the other one, except it doesn't have the spell sword elemental thing. Teleports behind you. This is just a way to move around. It can count as a move action, so you can still act that turn. I love this ability. When an enemy attacks an ally, you may use a burst of steam to move up to 10 feet in a straight line towards them. Can only be used when allies are being attacked. This is an anytime action that does not have a limit because the limit is can only be used when allies are being attacked. Team player, this one is... so this one's multi-hit, and this one is move as a pack. This is Bonsai Blaster Leader, Giovanni. So rather than accuracy, this one is damage to base attack. Caps at 4, because oh my god. Call the boys over to help. All allies within 50 feet have the option to appear. You gotta word stuff so carefully. Not all allies appear, they're forced. They have the option to appear in a square adjacent to Giovanni. Each ally may choose individually, once per combat. Obviously that's good, but being grouped up can really fuck you, especially if someone is trying to do something else.
I think a very big thing that helps a lot if you were going to run Epithet Erased / anime campaign, it was mentioned earlier, having a game maker mind is very helpful, because you would be shocked at how big of a difference the word may can make to an ability. This is Magic the Gathering shit.
This has been such an exercise in when do I need to be explicit. So, like, for this ability, you would, like, the DC gets harder the further away you aim. I could sit here and be like, every 10 feet it reduces by an exponential amount, or it, like, every 10 feet minus another 2. But, like, it's annoying to do that math. It's not that good of an attack. And the GM can just be like, I don't know, you're trying to hit it. It's a fucking baseball you're trying to hit in a specific spot. You need, like, a 12 if it's across the map. Or, like, oh, you want to hit it on one zone 150 feet away? You need a 19 or some shit. Too high. You need a 16. But for something like these other ones, like second serving, a successful hit starts at 6 and gets higher every time. You need an explicit one. That, like, anything that can be... Imagine when you write abilities, imagine you're playing with the worst guy on Earth. The 2 worst guys. Your table is guy who will take any opportunity to break your game if the rules are too vague, and guy who is so chicken shit and scared and does not know how to do anything if they've not been told something explicitly. And then don't play with those guys in real life. But imagine. Let's see. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, sorry, I'm like skimming these.
I'm just trying to think of important points to add that I've learned over time myself.
Yeah, this is a very movement-based build. So it's a lot of zipping over to allies, having allies zip to you, and taking advantage of the damage. Base attack is lower because Giovanni's passive gives him so much potential for extra damage. That's smart. I am gonna up it to 6 though, since it caps at 4. That's fun. Howie's, I already talked about this one.
I have thought of something, and this is specifically with anime, with this in particular as well. It was mentioned earlier that no one should ever feel like that they have nothing to do on a combat. I've learned that the hard way. When you have a character that is filled with situationals, or just like, oh, this thing it's like an attack, right? Like, it is extremely important to include at least one ability in every kit, which has, like, built in, not options, as in, like, oh, pick one of 3, but, like, just is open. Because if you give somebody a list of 3, they're only going to pick the list of 3. If you just say, hey, you can use this ability to pick up any items nearby you and create something of, and then, like, give it, like, I don't know, something that breaks apart easily. That can be used in so many ways that it immediately makes a character way more playable. I made a bruiser character called... this is the level of shit characters that we make, called Ape X.
God damn it,
he is a big ape. His whole idea is that he is Ape X Legend, and his entire deal is boo me out of the room. But he gives as good as he gets. He takes damage. He can, like, duplicate his abilities if he spends, like, way extra stamina to, like, have an after image. But the single thing which made him, like, actually fun to play is that he has an ability called Tool Use, which is literally just you make an approximation of an object using, like, natural things like sticks, leaves, and rocks.
God, that's such a gift of an ability. Oh my god,
right?
It's so nice.
Yeah, and the amount of places that it's applicable, but still having a little bit of a limit on it because I can't just make a gun, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of shit which makes a character actually feel like it can do anything in any situation.
Like how he has an ability, roll with advantage to instantly restore a mechanical or constructed object to working order. Obviously, that's great for like towers that you want to use to climb up or knock over again. But that's also just a great thing to have on a character who is good at one thing, which is building. Or you could do so much with that in a combat. You can fix something nearby. Little vague, easy one-cost things like that are really good. Also, yeah, the original system was very limited to like 1 or 3. There are no rules on how much something costs. So, like this costs 5. There's a lot of bonkers ones actually, but they're not, they're lower down, I think. There's a couple 2s.
I see that a lot with people asking questions, not just now, but in the past. It's always like, hey, can something cost this? The answer is yes. It is, the cost is a balancing factor. If you want to have something that does something crazy, but it's too much for a 3 cost, find a cost that makes it feel right, you know?
Yeah. Let's see. I know I have one that's like a 10. I'm pretty sure. Actually, there might be one. I think it's one of Meryl's. Has like a 15 on it or something psychotic. Oh yeah, here's one that costs 0. It's entirely situational. Meryl mention hits you with a fucking spray bottle. Yeah. Anyway, this is a Howie where he gets stronger the more damage he and his allies have taken. There's a lot of characters who build stacks in this new version of the system, and then they can spend their stacks to do things. A lot of their abilities have like, if your stack isn't charged, it does this. If it is charged, it does this. I really like this ability where it's like at the start of combat, you pick one buddy, and if they are damaged, that counts also to up your rage meter.
To add on to stacks, I can attest to the fact that there's a very good way to build a character. It is a common thing in DBA that we will have characters that do that to a point where we will just be like, oh yeah, this character uses the red stat, because in Roll20 there's the blue stat, the green stat, which is used for stamina most of the time, and then there's a funny third one that usually is empty, which is red. And pretty much every single person in DBA, if we have a stacking mechanic, it's the red stat. And it's yeah, I mean, it's a resource mechanic. It's a very good way to do it. And like, I have a character who has Fiend Factor, where the idea is that she builds up Fiend Factor and uses those points to summon devils.
Is there a mechanical example of how magic works? Is it stamina and the thing they sacrifice? I didn't want it to be too different because that's annoying in the way that like epithet usage and Mundi usage is pretty much mechanically the same. It's mostly a flavor thing. No one on Earth who I would want to associate with actually makes you do the cost of like Pathfinder spellcasting, where it's like, if you want to heal this person, use a diamond and a witch's wing or some shit, and you have to RP that shit. So in the way that like if you have a newsy character, you can be like, oh yeah, she probably has some paper on her or whatever, or like a pen. I think it makes sense that your character can just have a bag of marbles or candy and you just use them. And like, if you're on like a long dungeon dive, you might have to be like, I only have so much, and you can mention that, or the GM will be like, you've been using a lot of that. But mechanically, as far as the sheets are concerned, no. Let's see. Yeah, this one is fun. This one's a controller safety inspector. So it's a kit based around getting buffs whenever the enemy triggers an OSHA violation. And then you hit them with a fine, and then they take double damage from you for the rest of the fight. So it's stuff like how he can generate caution tape. Sorry. This should be once per combat, not once per round. Because it's instant. So you can trick it, like an enemy can be running towards your ally and you can be like, caution tape, and then suddenly that enemy is like marked for death.
Oh, another big point. People were talking about how this is a low number system. Jello mentioned that a +3 or a +5 is fucking huge in this system. For that reason, be very, very careful with adding to rolls, because to give an example of like how big of a difference it makes, because DBA pretty much uses the same gradient thing of like glancing hits and that kind of thing. My friend Scarlett helped me design one of the boss fights that for a session that we were running. And this is also another instance of where turn and round makes a big difference. It was a boss that had 3 turns every round, and he had the passive ability. He starts with a -3 to all his rolls, but every one of his turns gains a +1 to his rolls. And that meant that every round he was going up by +3. It was such a big deal that when we revealed that passive, every single person at the table went, "We need to kill him fast," because it just becomes, as Jello said, auto successes. So +1s to rolls. Be careful.
Okay, I'm gonna jump down to the gamblers.
Yeah, Gansley.
Okay, so this is Gansley with his Bad Omen stickers. Okay. Epithet Unfortunate. That's funny. Lucky Butterfly Knife. Oh my god, that's so funny. Right, okay, I remember this kit. This is Spy TF2, actually. Decorated with a black and red roulette theme. Deals 4 damage on normal attacks. Deals 12 damage upon successful backstab on targets who don't know you're there. Bad Omens. Spend a move action or a standard action to apply an omen to a target within arm's reach. Omens are small, odd-looking stickers that can be stealthily placed onto a target. If a target spots the sticker, they may remove it. Costs 1 stamina to place an omen. A target may have up to 5 omens at once. Passive, Disaster Strikes. Use a standard action to call down a catastrophe to strike all targets of your choice currently marked with omens. Catastrophe that happens is up to you. That's so important also. Like, up to player, like lightning strike, bucket falls down from the rafters, something breaks, like that little extra player gets to decide a choice. It goes such a long way, actually. Deals exponential damage depending on how many omens are currently tagged onto a target. 1 omen deals 2, pair does 4, trio 8, 4 omens deals 16, and 5 deals 32. Must have been my imagination. If you're spotted while sneaking at a target who has an omen, you may expend the omen to have them instantly forget that you exist for 2 rounds. So this is to set up the backstab. Black Cat Shuffle. Stealthy walk assisted by your epithet. Move twice this round. Whenever enemies are about to spot you, something nearby crashes or breaks just in time to turn their head and distract them. That's a good movement ability, and also the idea of causing misfortune is actually really useful in certain things. This kit is really good. This is a good mini boss kit, actually. This would be a really good fight thing for an enemy to have. If someone with an omen, because like as a player, you know, like it would be a little boring because the gimmick is like stealthily putting on these stickers, and every fight is enemies going, "What are these?" But if it's an enemy, a player going, "What the fuck is this thing on me?" Huh? And like figuring it out and going, "Oh no," over time is really good. Something crashes. Ooh, bad luck. If someone with an omen stuck to them is attempting a roll, you may expend the omens to reduce their roll. That's really good. That's really, really good. Missign, tag a target with special see-through omen sticker that cannot be detected. Ooh, okay. That's fun. That's like reducing the gambling for a higher cost. Instantly slap up to 3 omens on 1 target within 15 feet. Still costs this much to place the stickers. That's too powerful. That needs to be like way higher.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like you need to you need to review everything you make a lot. Like, obviously, this is 60-something sheets, so... Or it's like 30-something sheets, so... A lot of these are not fine-tuned, but you're going to want to run, like, scrimmages, and you're also allowed to change things mid-game. Because, holy crap, sometimes it's too much.
Make judicious use of that if you need to. Don't overdo it, obviously.
Oh, yeah, okay. This one is this piece of art. Boop. So you got this evil magic Gansley. So this one's gimmick is that the more every time someone fails, you gain fate points. And basically, it's like a static electricity of evil that zaps out that you build up over time as you and your partners fail rolls. So I think this is a support kit? Yeah, Gambler DPS. Anyway, Scavenger Chef. Ooh, a Gambler support. That's fun. Gambler Healer. So this one can heal pretty well. But if they do things, if they charge a heal for multiple turns, it works way better. I think this might be the one that has a... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, there it is. Garbage Gumbo. That's the one I was thinking of that has 10. She cooking. She cooking. So, deals fire damage. If she was cooking previous turn, add +2 fire damage. That's cool. Fire damage stacks for each turn cooking, but disperses after one turn of not cooking? That's a really good weapon. This is a good kit. Let it stew. May use enhanced versions of her abilities by standing still and performing the same action for multiple turns. To improve a skill, she must decide to charge it, electing to stand still and spend the stamina for that skill 2 turns in a row. GM will decide how the skill will be improved before she attempts to charge, so her players can decide if they want to take the gamble or not, i.e. Leftovers ability could go from healing 1d6 stamina to 2d6. Some of these abilities, mathematically, I did want to have other dice for, but most people who play this play digitally, or you could just type it in on a phone or something, so it's not a big deal. Feed an adjacent ally. See, this is a gamble. Hearty soup. This should maybe actually cost more. But yeah, like Garbage Gumbo. Declare you're going to make a big old pot of gumbo. All enemies are alerted that you're doing this. You must spend 2 full turns making the gumbo, spending 5 stamina each turn. If you are ever damaged, interrupted, or have to move from your cooking spot, the gumbo is ruined. If you successfully make the gumbo, heal all allies by 10. But the idea is that if you can't pull this off, if even a pebble hits you, you've wasted 10 stamina. And 2 turns.
That plays into another good cost system, which is like if you want to create like a stance character doing an upkeep where they have to pay a certain amount each turn, otherwise they have to drop it. For like some kind of persistent effect. That's very fun to use. Another thing to point out with gamblers, in case it is not clear, you'll notice that all of these gambling characters is like the high risk, high reward is like kind of already included in the kit. One way that Jello and a lot of people in DBA, myself included, used to build like, random gambling, high risk, high reward characters was just stuffing it full of wild magic.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that. The only way that I think wild magic can realistically work, and this is purely me talking myself up for a character that I made for an adopt-a-thon in our little friendship group. I relegated every single part of the random system to like before a battle or encounter happened. The character basically created a spell book out of random rolls and then could apply those effects to like pre-standing abilities. And even that is very dangerous, and that the person who got that and the people who got it, I only made that because I trust my friends to not like completely annihilate every single game. So, you know, be careful.
Yeah. So this is maybe my single favorite kit. If I had like pick one of these to play, this would be my player character one. Class Printer deals 5 damage. So the colors that Huifeng and the enemies are wearing play into combat as though they were elemental attributes. These colors are cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Each color deals bonus damage to another, rock, paper, scissors style, like that. When attacking with the color advantage, add +3 to damage, and then the reverse if you're attacking against advantage. Black is a neutral color, and attacks are normal. Color is determined at the start of combat based on what majority color the character is wearing or what color their icon is. Blue is cyan, pink and red are magenta, yellow is yellow. If the character is another color, such as green or white, they are black. The passive only comes into play for Huifeng specifically, not the rest of the party. Let me see. And if she has a single color attribute herself, then she gets these bonus abilities. So like ice, nature, or lightning, which could come in handy depending on what you're doing. Feeling blue. Stamp a target with a blue temp tattoo. Target feels distant. They get +5 to base attack range. Change their color to cyan. So the trick of this is all of these are usable both on your allies as buffs and on enemies so that you can hit them in a certain way if they're like black or the wrong color. So this Huifeng would be blue by default. So say the enemy is yellow and you're like, nope, I want to turn them to magenta. So now the target will roll advantage on diplomacy checks, but also you deal more damage to them. And in combat, that's not going to fucking matter, right? This is, I love yellow bellied. Stamp a target with a yellow temp tattoo. Target is suddenly jumpy. Add 10 to movement. Change target's color to yellow. Then you can remove all their abilities. This is one where I think this would need all 5 of these abilities. Otherwise, you would like just have these 3. This is not one where you pick. Yeah, I love this kit. Jello, you want combat to feel like the player is always doing something, so why does Garbage Gumbo not let the player character move? Because it can heal a collective, like, 70 stamina. For 2 turns? If a player can't handle not doing anything for a gamble for that much possibility for 70 turns, then they shouldn't be playing games. Fuck them.
Like, the other side of that as well, right, is that, like, that isn't just a... oh, I do nothing, right? You are getting a heal, and more importantly, like, I immediately look at that and just like, oh shit, that's pretty cool, because that's creating a mini game for your party of like, hey, protect me.
The party has to
do
protect
a
you.
Heal.
Yeah.
Like, there's more to it than that.
When I say you don't want to make your players not doing anything, I mean like don't hit them with a time stop spell that has nothing going on. Like even I have status effect ideas here, and like I was trying to think of ways to make ones that are just like I was trying to think of ones that like I thought sucked and try to give them like at least some kind of something to do. So like target is stopped in time but still conscious, lasts 3 rounds. For each turn they're stopped, target will write down a prepared action for what they would have done if they could have acted in that moment. When time resumes, they use all their prepared actions right in a row. So it's like they're stopped and then they go and run around. Stuff like that. Yeah. I could sit here and go through all of these. I don't want to. I would like to just maybe design one on the fly and have Rhea draw them. So, which, what should we do? What should we do, chat? Also, Rhea, if you have a screen to share for art, I can do that.
Since we're about to build a character. Hell yeah. Since we're about to build a character, let me get some water so I can keep my voice fresh.
Oh, so I wasn't asking which archetype we should do. I was like asking for concepts. Let's pick a character this way. Which country should they be from? And I don't know how to run polls. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Here it is. How many options can I do? 4? Ugh. Okay, hang on. I'm not going to do island because island has too much. Let's do between these 4. All of these could use some more character art. Taiga and Island have a bunch of people. Undead-related epithet that uses their own limbs as weapons, like a buggy sort of thing. Okay, I think Deepwood has it. Alright, Deepwood, let me really quickly, I'm gonna look through what art we already have for Deepwood, because I don't want to double dip in something we've already done.
I'm back.
Hello. We're gonna do someone who's from Deepwood. Yeah, let's just go through all the Rhea art real quick. So, this is the epithet healer example. Fuck, what is his name? I remember his stupid epithet, but not his name.
I believe.
Ash, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was like something with like volcano, I think.
It's samotherapy, which is using sand in spa treatments.
I love this guy's vibes, holy shit.
Yeah, his so he has one that's like he heals allies more if they're mostly buried in his sand and deals more damage. He can like put people to sleep. This one is like Fire Emblem Gale Force, multiple attacks under certain conditions. And this one is movement-based, where he's like a lifeguard who rushes towards allies. It's just Bonsai Blasters. Dr. Beefton. I think I was going to make Beefton a boss fight example, maybe. Bugsy. Caius has a glass ability where they can swap back and forth between their glass menagerie. They're a dodge tank. This is one where it's about getting different buffs from different potions. This is just glass powers. Dan. Sketches.
Yo.
It's a detective. This is an existing one we've got from Deepwood. It's Ash again. Sui Fong, Caius. This is their beta designs. I fucking love this cowboy art so much.
It's so good.
These are all of the Taiga people. Feeny. Indus has one that makes him a focus tank. He's got sonic powers in this version where people can take sonic damage if they deal a certain amount of damage to his barriers, like they ring like gongs.
Ooh.
He's got a meditation thing. He's got a blocking thing. These are all of the island country people. Oh, there's a Goro sketch in there. That's a fairy. Probably the single coolest piece of art in here. Mara has a House of Mirrors dodging ability.
That's cool.
Vampire spear, buff and debuff. Meryl has potions that have 2 abilities each, a positive one and a possible negative side effect on a failure. This is blood transfusion, so it moves people around. Gun. I think this is exponential healing and exponential damage. Maul. Cooking lady. Fishing man. Percy in the dirt.
Percy in the dirt.
This is an ability where Percy declares people her knights and it gives them buffs. This is just Percy art. This is Riley Newspepper. I believe this is also Deepwood art. Deepwood has a big, like, news society thing going on, too. Riot with Lucio Overwatch powers. Lucky Sparklers that he hands to people for buffs. And then this is He's Your Hype Man, and he picks one specific person. Wait, actually, if I'm remembering this, this is the most, like, don't give this to someone who's not a professional improviser kit.
I've missed Riot, to be completely honest. I love Riot.
Oh, where is it? It's so... Yeah, this is so stupid. Yeah, it's Singer. When using combined actions, instead of rolling dice, you may choose to sing together. One player does the first line of the song, and the other must follow up and sing another line and make it rhyme. If the rhyme and the meter work out, the action automatically succeeds. Second verse. If the initial rhyme of your duet was successful, the first player may continue the song. So long as the players continue singing to each other and successfully rhyming, the combined action becomes more and more powerful with each couplet.
So busted.
It's really busted. Like, this is a kit that is useless in 95% of players' hands, though.
Yeah.
In fairness, Riot was always busted. That was his that was his thing, was that he was way too strong. The boy. This is also a Deep Woods character. This is a person who goes into the Aminata wreckage to get items. They have a really good kit, too. Do you not see? She was here earlier. We're talking about her.
Hell yeah.
Silly. Good mascot boy. Whims. Intermittently Phoenica's dad or a boss. Unrelated character. Probably the latter. I think this is near the end. Zora.
Zora.
She got a little color outside her hair. Alright. Mallory is streaming. Watch stream. I can pop this out. If it will let me. If it will let me.
Look at this art.
Okay. Whoa. Nope, that's mine. I want to see Rhea's, obviously. I really need to see what I'm streaming. Okay. There we go.
Look at the trio. Hell yeah.
Get this out of here. I don't want people to see my desktop. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, can you draw something just so I can make sure it's like actually, or just like just doodle a line or something? Want to make sure it's visible. Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna be a little bit like lag just because I'm streaming it in a weird way.
Yeah.
Yeah, using my iPad and then streaming it to the QuickTime player. So, but I think it won't affect anything on your guys' end.
Fair enough. Whatever works.
Okay, so if it's Deep Woods, I'll just give a couple options. I'll do another poll. Something it could be related to. Nope. This is such a weird way to do this. Why is YouTube like this? Why didn't they just steal the good stuff from Twitch?
Because they have to be different.
No. Okay. Doctors. Newsies.
Just listen.
All right. Pick one of these. Do something related to these. I guess we don't have a superhero yet. Hang on. I should end that and add a superhero.
Yeah, I did have that. Yeah, there was that one like sketch that I did. It was like next to the old Luciferi art, but I can like just do something else though.
Let me. I mean, I'm good to use that as a starting point, honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
Doctor. We'll see. We'll see. What were the other options? Newsies. Newsies. Okay. Try that. And I'm gonna briefly set this to my loading fiend so that I can reopen this folder. View by extra large icons. Oh no. Okay, and he's somewhere in here next to the Voltrist. I remember seeing him. Here, this guy with the skull in his hand.
Yeah, I think that was supposed to be like his mask, but like, yeah, I think that's a second one I did.
I mean, it looks like the superhero's winning, and this guy is pretty hot, so we could do this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can even improve his design a bit to make it more specific. I think I was just going for like a kind of like a skeleton kind of themed superhero. Thought that might have been cool, but we can do something more specific to lore and whatnot.
No, I like that. We could do like a glowing skeleton guy. I'm a big fan of neon sketch, like that one TikTok of the skeleton moving its head to the yeah.
Yeah, I think I know.
Okay, superhero has it. Gonna keep polling this. So let's do Inscribed or Mundi. I know historically most of these superheroes are inscribed. That's kind of like the point, but I think at this point in history, in present day, some of them would be like Solidarity. Okay, but what if a woman goes crazy? That's fine. Princely
Yeah,
lady energy. It's pretty close. Pretty close. Anytime Tennis is such a funny fucking name.
It's a very apt way to describe it.
I'm gonna say Inscribed wins. With 51%.
Damn, that was close.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Do you like want me to throw you the art of this character somehow so you can, I don't know if you'll be able to like bring it in, or do you want to just start from scratch?
I mean, I probably have it on my iPad. I mean, I guess I could stop like screen sharing just so I can go find it, and then I'll like
yeah, sure. Whatever you want to do. I think you are in charge. It's partially what you want to do.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll just go stop for a second, and then I'll go look.
Epithet radio. It's fun. Okay. So they do have an epithet. How about a name? Let's do a name. Or Epithet Marrow. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's cool. How do we feel? Humor is also that humor's really good actually, but how do we feel about this person having the epithet Marrow and their name is Marrow, like their superhero name, because they're being as in their face about having an epithet as they can possibly be?
That's cool. It's also kind of like a double bluff, right? Mm-hmm. Dude, the amount of times you just straight up said people's epithets as a word in a sentence in original AC, and just no one guessed it.
No one ever got it. It's hard. All right, Vigilante. Okay. How, here's another fun one. Engage with your audience, start a poll. How strong is this person? Beginner, intermediate, expert. Go.
3, 2, 1.
All right, looks like it's intermediate. Sounds good. All right, we're going to build them at the base, and then I'm going to build them up a little stronger. So, Marrow is a really fun epithet. That's very cool.
You can take that in a lot of directions.
Okay. So, obviously there's bone marrow. The first thing I think of is bone and blood meal being used to grow flowers, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I'm feeling like almost a healing element, because that's so on theme with all of the vibe of Deepwood, because that's got doctor energy, it's got the superhero, and it's got the bone.
Another direction, which may be a less common one, marrow is generally considered a delicacy for eating and very healthy for your body to eat.
Yeah.
Because there's like ossobuco as a meal and stuff like that.
Marrow. A marrow is also a vegetable. All right, we're going to go with the bone definition, though, I think. Yeah, and it makes red blood cells. Yeah, I feel like a movement-based healer is what my bones are feeling.
I feel it in my bones. Also,
I feel it. Also, what? Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, you got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right, so we got marrow here. Gender ambiguous. I think we can leave it at that. I think we can discover their gender as they are drawn, I think. So what's their vibe?
Yeah.
I think it's more fun to, before you start thinking of mechanics, be like, what does this character want to do? What are their powers? Rather than that's how I like to design stuff, rather than doing the mechanics first. Gender bones.
So I suppose in terms of vibe, do we want it to be more of a light-hearted vibe, or more of a I'm the edgy bone person?
I'm definitely seeing lighthearted, and I'm seeing the vibe I'm getting is androgynous princely character who would walk up to Sailor Moon and their friends, and they'd be like, oh my goodness, hello.
Yeah, he definitely has that chill kind of vibe to him.
Always look on the bright side of death type energy. Yeah, I like that.
Ooh.
Jill, you're killing me. Ooh, okay. I don't know if I'm going to keep this. Oh, also, here's a rule. I like to do 2 passives, usually. And like one is the mini game core, and then the other one's usually like an easy passive, or sometimes the mini game is really, really complicated, and it's just easier to separate it into 2 bricks of text. But you can do more than that if you want. My first thought is something like, because I love that name, Side of Death. Oh. I'm just gonna...
I definitely I can support that from 2 perspectives. One, it's just straight up better in terms of building a character. 2, you seem to have gotten rid of talents, which were kind of originally.
Talents are passives.
Yep, they are just passives.
Everyone's like, what's a perk? What's a passive? What are the rules? It's just not, they're all passives now. Just don't even fucking, they're all passives. They're passive abilities. I haven't figured this out yet. I do think I might be adding something that is gonna be called talents. That's something that at character creation, you get to pick just 2 things that everyone is John style, you always get a +2 to. And they have to be a hobby. Like, they can't be useful. It can't be like, like, if you're a chef, cooking. Something like that. Just as like a little bonus. But even then, I'm like, I don't like modifiers, so I'm still on the fence about it.
What's this guy's hobby?
What's this guy's hobby? I don't know. The first thing I think of when I hear always look on the bright side of death is...
Ooh.
Where's the little heart indicator? I've got it somewhere. You know what? They could be a either a medical student or like a pharmacist, because that's a big industry, and we don't have any artists there. Or artists that we don't have any art of that yet. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Mortuary site. Just yeah. I don't know if I'm going to keep this, but I write down ideas when they pop up.
Let me think.
Yeah, I'm also getting some keywords down just to get some ideas flowing.
Yeah, I like them being a forensic scientist or like something directly with death in the medical field. Because I think it would be very funny if they were like, everyone's just like, oh, Mara's so hot. That's crazy. Or I guess, I don't know what Mara's actual name. I think that's their superhero name. But like in daytime, it's like, oh, we should go on a date. And they sit down and it's just like, I work with dead bodies all day. Rose in mouth. And they're like, oh no.
I'm trying to stick to passives in my mind right now because I'm getting a lot of ability ideas.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure them out as a person first.
Yeah.
And also, I could do the same thing. I could do like 2 variations on this character like we did before. We'll see. Whoops. All their attacks are named after bones. It's like I like the idea of them being healing. I see them and I think like gymnast, moving very quickly, very like doing like casual backflips, moving like water. I like the idea that their costume is like kind of neon and like a little grotesque because it's a skeleton. I like the idea of them being unflappably cool, and then like everything else about them kind of doesn't jive with that. Like, I work with dead bodies. I wear this ridiculous outfit.
They also strike me as the kind of person where, like, stuff which is really, like, grim or, like, animals and creatures which are generally considered quite like gross and disgusting, they think are like unimaginably adorable.
This person
See,
owns
like,
a tarantula.
Yeah, they own a tarantula, and it's like their absolute prized pet. Whenever they come across like maggots, they're like, "Oh, they're doing their job." Like refer to them in the same way as bees, you know?
Okay. I think mentally, my design for them mechanically is moving towards passive healing and also baiting the enemy and dodging attacks to trigger healing. So like a dodge tank healer.
Oh, that immediate. I can just steal an ability that I wrote for a different bone-themed character.
Okay.
That was called. It was called. It's called Hit the Funny Bone, and the entire conceit of it is you basically manipulate somebody's bones to make them do a quick, like, swift but sudden action, which can be like making them trip or making them suddenly lash out at some. Like, it can be used in a multitude of ways. And that would be good of, like, literally forcing an attack or something like that.
It's right there. It's right there.
Marrow escape. You're so right.
It's right there.
Holy shit.
Every time an enemy attempts to hit Marrow with a, I'm going to say physical attack, and they miss. Oh, okay. Do we want Marrow to be an ambient healer or a self-healer? You can't be both. The vibe says ambient to me, but the mechanic feels self.
Yeah.
I think they probably work alone. I don't see this person as having a lot of close confidants. Yeah, marrow heals your own blood, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
if you're sucking something's marrow, it's dead. So...
Oh!
Yeah?
That's interesting. What if, right, they are a self-healer, but if Marrow gets knocked out, they can provide healing to their allies?
That's an interesting idea that would not come into play enough to build a character around it.
That's true. Although I do like that.
Now, that's not a bad idea. That's like something you give to an enemy.
True.
Every time an enemy attempts to hit Marrow... you know what else it could be? Is that Marrow can give away their health through, like, I don't know, some magic thematic red blood cell distribution or something. But to gain the health they need to give, they charge it up by dodging attacks over and over again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say, let's try +2. This is funny, but I'm not going to keep it. So let's do every time an enemy attempts to hit Marrow with a physical attack and they miss. Definitely something to manipulate an incoming attack, like a bone. Let's do once per round for sure. Okay. Something about like blood bending, where they can like slightly adjust the person's motion by shifting the marrow in their bones. Skin of your teeth, that's really good.
Somebody pointed out there's 2 types of bone marrow, apparently. Let me look up if there's anything interesting about that.
Marrow can manipulate. We may manipulate a target's bone marrow. And I'm only going to do 3 abilities. I'll have them picked. To move a Let's do move up to 2 of their limbs. Very slightly. The trick of this is I gotta figure out a way to... Because then you would only gain 2 each time you dodge.
Oh, okay. I don't know if this will come into play, but that is interesting. So the 2 types are red and yellow bone marrow. The red ones pretty much make the red blood cells and white blood cells and platelets, so blood. Yellow... This can be found in captivity.
Ooh, stacked.
Oh, these are the ones that create cartilage, fat, and bone.
Stacking dodges by attacking is really good. Okay. Alright, hang on. That might be the key. Marrow escaped. How do I normally format this? Yeah, that's correct. Every time Marrow dodges... I don't have a name for this yet. Every successful attack... Marrow lands. But they gain... That +1 to dodge. A slippery stack.
Oh, okay.
Jelly bone. That's really funny. Yeah.
Bone marrow is actually described as spongy in texture.
Moing.
Which might help with that. Somebody also threw out the name for like an ability or something being bad to the bone, which is very cute.
That's good. Bone. Every successful attack lands on a target that gains a slippery stack. For each slippery stack that Marrow, all incoming enemy swings take -1. All incoming melee attacks take -1. The stacks are lost once Marrow is hit. Jigglebone.
Jigglebone.
Actually, wait.
Bone voyage.
Stupid. Attack.
That's an escape ability right there.
Yeah. Max 5 is fine because this is an enemy debuff rather than a player buff.
Mm-hmm.
So -5, you still have like a pretty much a 50% chance to hit, actually.
And in a lot of situations, especially in a combat with a lot of enemies, they are, you know, mooks are getting more opportunities to roll. So.
This is one where I'm gonna like write them all out and then have to go back and like balance it really tightly.
Yeah.
The Bone Zone.
Numbskull.
Bone Voyage. I'm trying to think of one that's the distribution ability. Like giving shit to allies.
Bonafide Doctor. Pro Bono.
That...
That's very fun.
That's so fucking stupid. Okay.
God, Marrow strikes me as someone who would, like, find the worst bone puns and then insist on using them in as many places as possible. And it, like, adds to them being a bit of a dork, but, like, they're so damn pretty, you know?
Transfer. I'm trying to think. I kind of want it to be an AoE. Stamina to anyone within. Honestly,
a percentage of a range. Yeah, five squares feels right. That does feel right. Yeah.
I don't really want this to cost anything, to be honest, because they're transferring stamina.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the kit to work, the 3 things it needs are, attack with a weapon to buff this. And, like, actually dodge stuff to keep regaining HP. This is to help dodge. And then they need one other thing. This is to dispense the health. I actually really like Skin of Your Teeth because it's vague enough that you could use this really well outside of combat.
Oh, again, no, that's why that ability was really good when I wrote it. I initially wrote it as just like to like avoid an attack or whatever. The person who ended up using that character, I saw it in play and I was just like, fuck, I didn't think of that. Like, it's so malleable of an ability. The amount of stuff that you can make people do with it is very fun.
Should pro bono be once per turn or at your disposal? I think it's just an ability. Like, you just have to use your standard action.
Although, should there be a limit on how many allies it can target at once?
Yeah. Let's do... I'm going to do up to 3. I think this is their kit. I think it should be pretty easy.
Yeah.
Target up to 3 allies at once. Because the other thing is, you're not actually regaining a lot of health unless you're really dancing with the enemy. For the optimal way to use this would be to run up, hit a bunch of times, and then start... so I think the last move either needs to be a movement ability that they can use to get in and out of danger, or an ability that... fuck, I just had it, and that pisses me off so much. An ability that draws attention.
I mean, Bon Voyage for the movement one, for sure.
That's what I'm thinking, but I'm limiting this one to 3. At least for the start.
Also, fair point, alternative name for Skeleton Dance could be Dance Macabre.
It's named after the famous animation.
I don't even know what you're referring to.
You know the Skeleton Dance.
Well, I know Skeleton Dance.
What's this?
I thought you meant Dance Macabre.
No.
Yeah, I know this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Skeleton Dance. When he's healing you, he throws you a bone. Yeah. Pro bono is more...
Too good.
I like it so much. For the weapon, I'm honestly just picturing like a cane.
One of those weird fucked up canes where you take the fucking top of somebody's femur and make it out of it.
Ugh.
Those are real. Those are so cool.
I know.
If I ever get a hip replacement, I'm doing that.
Jesus Christ. Cane.
Clonk.
Ooh, wait, I've got something.
Oh.
A custom-made walking cane. With a bone, a small amount of still living bone at the top.
Oh.
That can be adjusted in shape. 3 stamina.
Interesting.
There's some shit you could do with that.
There's a lot of shit you could do with that. That does kind of kick ass. Holy shit.
You can turn it into like a little hook to help grab something and like swing across something. Grab something
Turn it
through
into
bars.
a lockpick.
Turn it into a key. Yeah.
Skeleton key. Very fun.
Yeah. I just want to lock in the base ability. What would I pick? Would I pick getting the enemy's attention, or would I pick run away and get in quicker?
Because, like, from a mechanical perspective, I would probably want to, like, enable my passive as much as possible. So getting people's attention would probably be for the best.
I do think
But
that's a
movement
smoother
ability,
kit.
Yeah. A movement ability is more generally usable, though. But I think the cane might now make up for that. Because movement is very nice, don't get me wrong, and, like, getting in and out of combat can be very effective, but, like, if you are in a situation where, for some reason, there is just not a good reason for enemies to attack you, I think forcing that for a dodge tank, like, it does risk becoming focus dodge, which, you know, is pretty powerful. But
I do think there's a lot of use for a character who, say, even if you're not dodging all the attacks successfully, being able to go, hey, look at me, kick my ass instead of my allies, even if you don't have a lot of stamina, that's a good way to functionally be a healer. It's the same as being a healer in this system.
Very true, very true.
So I think that's more on brand for this kit. I'll just call it taunt for now.
Wait.
Yeah.
What if it's because marrow is most commonly in the ribs as well, so what about some gentle ribbing? Or some ribbing, you know?
Yours is better. I'm gonna write both of ours down. Mine is so stupid.
Yeah. Rigor mortis. That is stupid, you're right.
That sucks. I'm gonna save gentle ribbing for something else.
We gotta save it for something better.
Because when I sit down in a
Holy
couple
shit.
months and I look at rigor mortis, it's gonna make me laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Rigor mortis. God, that's so bad.
That's so bad. God. Can I tell you about the worst ability name I ever used? It was an ability where the whole idea is because the character's epithet is bifurcate, so it can like create two versions of something. So one of their like damage mitigation things was creating like a bifurcated instance of you either hit me or you didn't, but something else happens, and then like I flip a coin and then see what happens. And I called that Schrodinger's ass and whether or not it's being kicked.
God. Fuck off, Savvy. Come to a target to draw their attention with a genteel, I think is a word. How do you say this? Genteel?
Oh, I don't know. I think my friend Iris helped me come up with that one for full credit, but I laughed my fucking ass off about it, dude.
All right, is this a single target or AoE? I think at a base, probably a single target is fine.
Yeah, and then like maybe it gets upgraded, you know.
Target and draw their attention with a taunt.
It could be upgraded into having two modes, where one of the modes is powerful against one target and the other one is wider range but not as effective.
The target.
Oh, we got some cane action going on already. Hell yeah.
I do kind of like the idea that they've got some kind of walking ailment, so they actually do use the cane for movement, but because they've got the ability to adjust it a little bit, they can do some fun tricks.
I like that a lot, actually. Cane users
cool.
represent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To their attention with the cane.
Yeah, I need to look up a reference for skeleton. I'm trying to like make that work with the top here. Maybe you can like grab onto the top of the cane, but it's like shaped like maybe like the top of like a, the teeth of a skeleton, I guess. Try to evoke that a bit. Yeah, I'm just exploring though.
Oh, I'm feeling it. I mean, if the real one, which is actually just genuinely a pretty good analog for a regular cane, is very much the top of the femur. Although, historically speaking, or medically speaking, I'm pretty sure that those types of canes are not actually particularly good for you because they put more weight on your shoulder.
The target's attention is forced.
The ones that brace your forearm are apparently a lot better for you.
To chase after them for... I'm trying to figure out a clean way to phrase this. Each 5 points you roll on a die is another round. So 5 gets 1, 10 and higher gets 2, 15 gets 3, 20 gets 4.
What's the word? It's not threshold. Every multiple of 5? No, that's kind of clunky. Increment.
Target is forced to... Nope. To chase after... round.
Oh, that's fun, but God.
This really is what I mean. Like, even if it's an enemy, it's like, damn, they're so charming. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That does remind me of one of my favorite instances of finessing a kit, actually. One of the kits I made for a player character at one point was, what was the word? It was like love based, right? So the idea was like, it was attractive. That was it. The word was attractive. And the character and the player was immediately interested in like, charming effects and that kind of thing. And the idea was that like, oh, I'm so hot, that kind of thing. But it was really difficult to finesse that into a DPS kit, which was what they wanted. So we kind of found a DOT thing in the middle of it. The interesting part of it was finding a way to make it like a charm kit without it feeling like gross from that perspective. And we ended up coming up with a really interesting modal kit that did different things based on whether their sexuality was compatible with them. So, because they were femme presenting, if the opposing person was like a gay man, the ability would do something different, and it became a really interesting guessing game for the character of like, alright, I would like if it was this side of the ability, but let's try it and see, and we could like figure it out. And it was
that's pretty funny.
Genuinely pretty fun, yeah.
I have to pee really quick, so I'm gonna go do that.
All right.
Oof, ow.
Hey, chat. How's it going?
What? Oh, jeez. There is a sticker that was on the top of my hair and on my headphone. I think it's possible Amy came in and snuck behind me and stickered me.
You got omened! Savvy just got omen stickered. It was Dan Gansley. Dan strikes again. But hey, sorry, is it Rhea or Rhea? I should ask first.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's Rhea. Yeah.
Rhea,
it's like
thank
Rhea
you.
Sunshine, I guess.
Aw. But yeah, Rhea, I fucking love your art. I have been, I mean, I think I follow you on pretty much, like, the places where you are, and big fan of your stuff. Cool to be in a call with you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. Like, I haven't played a tabletop RPG before, so I wouldn't have anything to really say, just to talk about, like, the mechanics and stuff. So yeah, this has been a really fun stream. Yeah, all these, like, phone puns have been making me lose it.
Yeah, no, chat's been real fucking good with the boned puns today. But yeah, no, I felt I was like, oh my god, I'm like somebody who knows things. When Jella was like, hey Sav, you should come to the stream because you do, like, game design stuff. I was like, oh, that's right, I do. Crazy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's been super, like, interesting, like, learning about all this stuff. Because, like, I've only, like, maybe played, like, Baldur's Gate 3, and that's, like, about the extent I know about, like, D&D and stuff. So, yeah, we have to get into it at some point.
Oh, absolutely. Tabletop is, I think, one of the coolest things that you can do with friends in general. Okay. It's such a great way to bond and have fun and come up with stories. Hey, Jello, welcome back.
Hi. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to adjust this at its base level first. 5 damage feels right. I like this. That's really good.
Oh, rigor mortis. Is it just chase after? Because that, thinking like person who's not ever done this before. Does chase after mean just movement, or does it mean they have to attack as well?
I was picturing attack. I don't know how to.
Target is forced to target them.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah. The target is forced to target. Yeah, that sucks ass.
Okay.
Engage.
There. That gives it out of combat usability.
There we go. Yeah.
Pursue. Pursue means chase.
God, that is, I think, one of my least favorite parts of putting together kits is sometimes you'll like have the exact idea for how an ability or a passive works, and then phrasing it is a fucking nightmare.
Alright, so this is the base kit. Let's see. How might I go about upgrading this? So, the biggest upgrade would be if you ever upgraded these two. That's a huge jump.
That would be massive.
That would be like 20 proficiency or something.
For certain.
Even like 1.5, actually.
Weird one. What if Marrow Escape gets upgraded to also trigger if they exactly hit? Oh no, wait, that's not fucking a thing in this. Oh, yeah. Brain. I've been running 5th edition recently.
You could upgrade it to physical attack or status ailment. You could upgrade this to include ranged attacks.
Yes. Yes, that's
I
better.
was picturing melee attack as the start, so you could upgrade this to physical, which would include range. Melee attack and they miss, rare regains that.
Draw attention while they taunt. Call out a target. So I feel like the natural upgrade is obviously going to be more than one target.
Could be an AoE. This, honestly, this ability, I can't even imagine upgrading this other than the distance. Like, this is...
Distance.
This is, like, the core of the kit, and it's, like, the nicest thing you could get.
I mean, distance, additional ally, but I would only really put that up by one. God.
Set a small pool of stamina to distribute to the party if you get knocked out. That's like a nice buff, but again, like that's... You really don't pass out very much in this system.
Skin of your teeth could be upgraded to maybe do like 2 slightly or 1 in like a specific way. Something like that.
To mess with a target's hand-eye coordination or assist them.
Ooh, interesting.
Honestly, you know what? And that's something you can upgrade.
Yeah. True. Yeah, to make the range larger. Yeah, because it starts off as a guy's in melee combat with me, I'll, like, fuck with him. But then as you go, it could be literally, this guy's running past me, get fucked, kiddo.
Yeah. My, Man, to be honest, the other ultimate upgrade... Here. Upgrade this one. So, Mara gains +3.
Excuse me. Oh. That's wild, yeah.
I think that's a good upgrade.
This is absolutely putting them to intermediate territory for certain.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna keep their base one and then do the let's do this down here so that we can see where we started. I'm actually okay keeping this on the base. I just think this is so much more interesting and gives you so much out of combat utility. This is I was kind of already picturing this. This is just numberifying it.
Very true.
Target must be adjacent. Let's do target must be within 15 feet. Let's upgrade this like a player. Let's see if you're playing Marrow. Also, we should probably give Marrow a real name since this is their superhero name.
Superhero name.
Question, what if an ally attempts it? Well, it says an enemy, so that doesn't work. Henry. No.
Just name is Scully. Scully Sternum or some dumb shit. That would be too much.
I do like Rowan, even though it's really close. Lewin. Fossil. No odds. I'm just looking for a first name. Jimmy Clavicle. Viper! You guys are picking the unsexiest names on Earth.
Sexy names, come on.
Scapular.
Caspian.
Xander is actually not bad.
Mayhem.
My name's Mayhem. Hello.
My name's Mayhem. The sexiest name. A lot of Dante is being suggested.
I'm waiting for something to grab me more than like Rowan or Lewin.
Yeah. Just Alucard.
Fandango? Like the ticket buying app?
Vespa? Alexander, Milo, Lucian?
Feeling something with a Y in it.
Kirby.
Kirby is a gender-neutral name.
Lucius. Wyatt. Yvonne.
Yvonne is pretty good. I like that.
Yvonne is pretty good, actually.
I like that. That's also... To me, Yvonne is a feminine name.
Hmm.
Okay. Why would it be on top? That doesn't make any sense at all. Whatever. Okay.
Whatever. Go on my scarab.
I love that.
I love it.
I'm good with Yvonne. I don't need to think of a last name. I don't care that much.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you doing, Rhea? I have not seen your screen move, so I'm checking to make sure it's... There it is. Okay, good. I just wanted...
Yeah, I'm still here.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, like, frozen or anything. I'm so used to people freezing and exploding on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Discord
God,
is a way of
yeah.
doing that.
Slippery stack. Marrow escape. Now, if I had this kit, intermediate, I think, would have one more ability.
It's probably going to be Bon Voyage, right?
Yeah, the movement one.
I mean, we got gentle ribbing, but I'm trying to think of what that would be.
It's fine. I'm not married to any puns.
Yeah. Bon Voyage, you remove the skeleton from a person. They die instantly. Free, no limit. Can use it a million times around. Fair and balanced.
Do you think it would be better if this was a once per combat, at least at the beginner level? I feel like probably. Because at low level combat, you're not even really going to have a lot of opportunities to do this more than once or twice, right? But I guess it might fail though. That's always
that's the thing.
Yeah,
like having a taunt that fails is not and it's once per combat does not feel great. I personally would make it once per combat if there was like if it was some kind of a riposte mechanic, but that doesn't really fit for this character.
You know what I should add though? Let's do just trying to attack or not.
A singing dog.
Or higher. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Because if you can just kite a boss infinitely.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
I
It is definitely worth being careful with that power level, because, like, if anyone watches Critical Role, I don't anymore, but I heard that, like, in Season 3, they introduced a bona fide, pun not intended, like, actual focus tank into 5th edition, and it just totally broke the game. It is possible for that to be overpowered.
Yeah. But, like, I think this would be okay, because on a boss fight, yeah, you can kite the boss, but you need to be burning a 3 stamina every turn, and you need to roll over 10 every time.
Yeah, no, that is
That's
a
not
pretty
likely.
steep cost. Yeah. For anyone who thinks, oh, that's a 50-50 shot, you've not played tabletop. There are just
50-50 shot sucks.
Dude, some people just can't roll. It's just like, it just happens. Sometimes you show up to the table and you don't roll above a 9 all session.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a movement ability. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, no, it being in any time is immediately going to make it a lot more usable. Once per combat.
I think this is powerful enough. I'm going to be honest. Because this is a free miss. On a kit for dodging.
Yeah, no, in this kit in specific, that is actually a fair point. Although, generally speaking, a 20-foot move on an anytime for 3 would not normally be a once per combat. But in this case, I would say so.
Yeah, I want to dodge. I want to dodge at least one time. I tumble 20 feet into the air. You don't need to be that specific. Get that guy off of your table. It doesn't say I can't go up.
It doesn't say I can't burrow into the ground. Can I move 20 feet through time? That's technically a direction.
No, it isn't. Yeah, this is actually already a pretty powerful kit. Manipulate a target's bone marrow. It's just for the record, I'm gonna grab it. Skeleton. Fuck, what is that? What is that song called? The. Fuck, I want to find that video.
Chat's gonna help us out here, I'm sure.
I might actually have it saved in a certain sub chat of mine. Hang on. Is this it? Yep. Yeah, I've got it. Hang on. 7th element. So this is what I'm picturing for the coloration. Like
cyan.
Mostly black with like this like ugly, you know, laser tag arena glow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that would look pretty sick.
Okay.
I think the main thing saving this kit from being a doesn't have anything to do is pretty much skin of your teeth. Because that is so versatile. That's so crazy.
That's a really good ability, and the cane is a really good weapon.
Yeah. It is shocking how much just something you can shape differently and manipulate somebody's movements a little bit. If you got the right player, they will go hog wild with that.
You know what I want to add to this?
Movement 4. Oh. That's great. So to change the cane into something that isn't a walking aid, you are sacrificing a movement as well.
Yeah, I wasn't picturing you would swap it. I didn't imagine it having that much versatility. Like, it would always pretty much be cane shaped. I was just picturing like the top and bottom might have some bones sticking out of it. Yeah. So like all the stuff Rhea's drawn looks like something that would work, but
absolutely,
I wasn't picturing you could turn it into like a basketball or something.
I'm gonna do a layup. Throws it onto the floor for the first bounce. It shatters. It is a gore fest.
It shatters. Yeah. Custom made walking cane. I like the idea. You know what I'm picturing is like Joker P5 body type and like general energy, but for movement, I'm picturing the first scene of the original Willy Wonka where you see Willy Wonka and he's walking with the cane and then does the tumble forward. So like this person needs a movement aid because something's fucked up about their leg or bones, but they're also like actually very agile outside of that.
Like if it weren't for... Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't going to say anything. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't going to say anything.
No problem.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, no, if it weren't for, like, the one thing, which is disabling them, they would be, like, you know, crazy zippy.
I might even knock that down to movement 3, actually.
Dr. House? Yeah, I guess so. Very cool name. New passive, Vicodin.
Yeah, this is cool. I like this also because to me this gives them something I as a player over a long term would like work to figure out how to use my power to like better aid my mobility. Maybe like a climbing ability or something. I don't want to give another full ability, but I might upgrade the cane.
The cane having an upgrade would be very good, actually.
Yeah, you're allowed to upgrade weapons and stuff. Marrow escape is so fucking stupid.
What a fucking just smash hit of a name. Holy shit, man.
Over time, I think this would probably upgrade to this for an intermediate character.
Yeah, especially with some of the stamina totals you get.
Oh yeah, that's like +1 is gonna be fucking useless after a little while. It is really hard to scale numbers in this system because like a +1 every time you do it, doubling to a +2 is a fucking enormous jump, but also like, oh, I got 1 every time I do this can be so worthless after a little while. And like a +1 is not very good in most cases in this system. It's pretty useless.
Also, like, when you have a lot of stuff of just +1s, you enter like Pathfinder territory of nickel and diming math, where it's just like, oh, wait a minute, I've got okay, so my attack has like a +7 because like I'm a barbarian. Oh, but I've got the potion of heroism, which gives me a +1. Oh, you gave me guidance, which is another +1. Okay, I think it's no wait. Okay, you gave me another +1, and it just gets so fucking hard to keep track of. That I think was happening with Percy's original kit with the fucking mushroom huts.
Yeah, no, that was a terrible kit.
I remember. Because we're still playing with the version of where you roll your stats and the fucking 20s explode on stamina. I managed to once roll a character who had 57 starting stamina. Let me tell you, that shit's impossible to balance when somebody on your team started with 6 stamina.
6?
It's possible. if you make bad choices.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Because talents used to fucking be able to be negative points.
Stamina. Real quick, what happened to builds? I don't like them. I'm still working on it. Starting item. There's no starting items. Items are extraneous. These are just character sheets. I'm trying to... So basically what I'm picturing is like... Some of Rhea's drawings have this sort of like hook beak at the top of the cane and these like creepy walker claws that move. I'm picturing one where you can dig the bone into the side of a thing and the side of it, like basically the rib spider fingers, crawl you up a wall by using it like... I don't know how to describe this. Like a vertical mobility thing, which in this setting would be really useful. Just got here. Who's Yvonne? We're designing a character from scratch as example for this.
They're on the right-hand side of the screen.
They are a vigilante superhero who is bone-themed. Yeah, let's do... Honestly, yeah, I want that. Deals 5 damage. Gonna up it to 6 for an immediate. And let's do... Can be...
So...
Go ahead.
My instinct for the cane would be, like... Because this would be a pretty huge upgrade, even on its own. And being able to, once per session, extract a small piece of the cane in a specific shape to be handed off to somebody else, or to be used extraneously from the cane.
Like, in a way where it would still be able to get morphed? How do you mean?
No, so, like, basically you can go, oh, rather than me changing the cane into a key and then having to, like, use it, you can go, oh, well, you guys are going off that way. Let me take off a piece of my cane and give it to you in the shape of that key.
How would you know the shape of the key before you got there?
You know, not an exact example, but you know what I'm
That's the first
about.
thing I thought of, and I can't think of anything else you would use a piece of bone for, to be honest.
That is fair. Look, this is why we brainstorm and we throw stuff at the wall, you know? Sometimes the spaghetti isn't cooked and it bounces off the wall.
Make it a skeleton key. I think... So here's the thing. This character could just make a skeleton key without needing it written on their sheet. Like, you can do things that aren't on your sheet. You can have ideas. These are just the things that need specific costs. I think this is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a rare vertical momentum character who is actually at less than 30 feet per second. I almost never do that, but it is kind of a weird way to scale something. High creativity kind of character. It's a high creativity system. Again, it's really meant for certain types of players. Ooh. My favorite thing is, like, I could just picture Yvonne in, like, the Marrow outfit being like, this person, like, they use a cane. And that's how we're identifying this person, so we can try to arrest them. And then they get to Yvonne, and it's just like a normal cane because they've morphed it back. And it's like, I don't know what you're talking about, officer. My cane is very normal. I'm just a little guy.
Man, I'm imagining, like, you know, brings a friend over to that place and they find out they have a tarantula and they just immediately put on, like, the biggest, like, fucking, like, welting eyes, which is just like, look at my little guy, don't you love him? And just completely, like, not registering the fear on their friend's face. Did you know an exoskeleton is technically just an outside bone?
Oh my god. Actually, that's a pretty interesting argument to be made. I don't think exoskeletons have marrow in them, do they?
No, they are made of chitin, if I am not mistaken, as opposed to bone.
Okay. I was like, there could be some interesting interactions with bug-type enemies. That would be kind of fun. That's also one of my favorite things if you're running like a short campaign or a one-shot, which is kind of what the system's ideal for, is like looking at a person's character sheet and going, how can I give them gifts? Like, how can I include an enemy that is just there to be fucking walloped by something on their kit if they're paying attention? They're tarantulas. They're patella. Shut the fuck up.
Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is chitin as opposed to chitin.
Oh, it's for sure chitin.
Yeah, it's chitin. Also, Ichor is pronounced Ichor, not Ica.
Boo. Ichor's fun to say.
Ichor? There's a bunch of Ichor. I prefer Ichor.
Every time an enemy attempts to hit me with a melee attack. Would I improve this anymore? This is pretty good. This is already
fucking crazy, dude.
This is a solid kit. Like, I would call this, like... the creativity of this kit keeps it much higher than... It's got a high ceiling for usage. And, like, a good set of rolls on this kit makes it so dangerous. Every successful attack Marrow lands on a target, they gain a slippery stack. Woo. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna give it one more upgrade. Oh, it's a once per combat. That's probably not a good idea. I'll voice this thought anyway. Alternatively, they can expend slippery stacks instead of stamina to use this. So, you know, to make it free, but since it's a once per combat, giving up 3 stacks of something for 3 stamina, not worth it. Can they have, like, grayish platinum blonde hair? Please, I'll die. Flair is really, really, horny gripping the chair for this character we're making right now.
Dude, that horny grip meme, like, punched its way into my life and was just like, this is you, Savvy. I was just like, shut up, dude.
I want to bone. Shut up.
Throws you out of the fucking window.
Marrow lands on a target. Okay. I'm trying to think of what else to do with these stacks. Because, like, this is a fine mechanic, but I like having extra uses for the stacks, additional options, but if I were to extend this kit, but I don't think I can extend it in a way that, yeah, honestly...
If you were gonna do that, then I feel like you would have to... You would immediately have to start integrating it a little bit more.
Yeah, like, I would have to walk it back and design a different version of the intermediate kit. This is definitely fine. This is solid. How about, while Ray is still doodling, let's design this as a boss fight.
Ooh.
So obviously this is going to be different depending on your characters.
I've actually converted a player into a boss fight once before. Yeah.
All right. So, let's say, I don't know why anyone would choose to do this, but let's say the party is a bunch of fucking cops and they're trying to arrest Marrow. As a boss, I think you're going to want more DPS than that. All right, what flavor boss do we want this to be? Do we want this to be like... Marrow feels like a midway through a campaign, like a 2 or 3 sitting 60% of the way through an adventure midway boss to me.
So immediately, regardless of whether because they're not an end of game boss, that's for sure. But to me, the thing that would immediately convert Marrow into boss worthy would be turning the like skeleton dance / Marrow escape into a riposte mechanic of some kind.
A
So
what?
if you miss slightly, then like they can attempt to make a like
Gotcha.
a small attack back.
Okay, here is what I have for this boss setup, combining that with what Chad is suggesting. Party is a bunch of police officers tasked with capturing Marrow. Marrow is well liked by the community, and the nearby, well, let's call them tenants of an apartment complex, are attempting to help their aid and get in your way. So this will give Marrow someone to heal.
Yes. That's excellent.
Your goal is to capture Marrow or incapacitate them. I did not spell that right. Capacitate them. Before they reach the roof? What do we want?
Right. Okay, so with Marrow's stuff, what would be the best way to escape for them?
They would need to honestly just get into like a crowd, I would think. I don't think they have a specific way they exit. I think they're just kind of good at tumbling. They're not faster than the average person either. They only move 5 per turn.
No, and slowly ascending a vertical surface of the cane is not going to be a particularly... it's going to be a funny exit. It's just not going to be a good, cool one.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if there is some kind... So this is kind of more of a meta thing, but what if there's a festival going on nearby?
Okay.
So you have to prevent them from getting to the rooftop or getting out of the building in order to, like, go into the main streets and just disappear into the crowd.
Up and disappear into the crowd of a nearby, let's say, parade. Parade's a nice obstacle that one person can get through, but a lot of people following them cannot.
Yeah. And
Okay.
adds in the little thing of, like, because it's deep woods, right? All the other people in the parade are wearing similarly colorful, like, face paint and stuff.
Yeah, it's really loud. You're not going to get any audio hints. Okay. So, Marrow's weapon doesn't matter that it does this damage. This is actually fine.
Especially with the riposte mechanic.
I'm going to upgrade this just cuz. So, every time... I love this. I like the punishment. Because this is not about knocking Marrow out. It's about incapacitating them. Which is hypothetically much easier than knocking them out. Marines +3. Then we're going to add a passive exclusive to the boss fight. Marrow gets a free counter attack every time you swing and miss.
God, they are immediately so scary with that. Holy shit. Hot tip for anybody designing boss fights, by the way. It's slightly impenetrable in terms of just, like, getting into the mechanics and learning the game, but Kingdom Death Monster is basically entirely constructed around boss fights as their primary gameplay loop. It has been incredible in terms of studying it for making boss fights, because it just solves the whole thing of action economy of, like, if you just have it so that if X happens, the boss does Y, then immediately they are, like, 10 times more threatening, and they actually, like, will, you know, hold their own, even if they only have one action a turn.
Just to save a little more room. Successful attack, they get a slippery stat. Yeah, this is instantly such a mean kit as a boss fight. Yeah. This is definitely... If you were GMing this, you would need to have a plan for a fail state where Marrow gets away. And, like, have something the cops could do to chase or, like, follow up on something. Because there's a very real chance of failure here. Okay, may manipulate this. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's okay. Means to turn freely to stand. I actually don't like this being infinite with enemy mobs. That's much more dangerous.
Yeah.
Turn to freely transfer their stamina to enemy within 25 feet. Let's do transfer their stamina. It's for up to 10 points of stamina to a single target.
Should we add in then, since it's one target, this can like bring a KO'd enemy back?
Ooh, yeah, I like that. This can, I mean, all healing abilities can do that, but
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
I'll write it anyway.
Yeah, just to emphasize that.
This ability would not do anything in this fight.
We can still call it rigor mortis.
Could be a debuff.
Because yeah, exactly. I think being like a thing of like, hey, shitbag, you're more likely to miss me, which means I get to attack you, you know?
Yeah, let's do... Just destroy...
Holy shit! Oh my god.
Okay. The
bosses you want to win.
The afflicted target. The afflicted target gains. Let's see. I'm debating if I want this to be. I still want it to be per 5. Each 5 rolled, but I'm debating if I want it to be a static debuff of like -2 to attack rolls for up to 4 turns, depending on how well Marrow rolls, or if I want it to be your debuff for like 1 turn or 2 turns, but probably the former. What do you want?
How about this, right? This is where we give a little ground to the players, where it's an enrage ability, so it makes them more likely to miss, but
they do more damage.
They do more damage.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. Big. The afflicted target is enraged. They now deal, especially because you're a cop. They now deal. I just thought it was something terrible. And it's not what I'm about to type. For each increment words of 5, then plus or minus 2 to accuracy and +1 to damage output. This, and since this is for the GM, you don't need to have any of that shit that's like, this means 5 is 1, 10 is 2. Like, you don't have to be clear. You know what you mean. You're writing it for yourself. Accuracy 1 to damage output. Lasts, I don't know, 2 rounds. Because if you got a...
or until...
Hang on! Oh no! I just thought... I'm gonna go all in. I'm going all in on this being an evil campaign.
Alright. Let's hear it.
Each stack of rage.
Sure! Holy shit! Oh my god.
How about if I phrase it this way?
Yeah, that's better. Because then that encourages it, and then makes them go, oh no. I've just realized what I'm doing.
It's an evil campaign.
Oh my god. Like, I'm reeling, but also, god, this is a good evil campaign boss.
It's a good fight. I don't know if we need any... I don't think Marrow needs any more tricks. I think the mobs... I think the rest of this should be just, like, arena design. And just the mobs.
yeah, you wouldn't need to give Marrow the movement ability because you are basically creating the thing of like, oh, they move like, you know, slowly, they've got the cane. And so the civilians are the ones who are hampering the police from getting to them. That's immediately essentially the same as a movement ability.
Also, if I were the player, even a once per combat, this would make me so mad if we finally caught up to Marrow. This is so fucking funny.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's add some mobs. Maybe like generic, I'm imagining like 2 types of tenants. Mobs.
I feel like you would have like, the 2 types would be regular civilian and like laborer, right?
Yeah, like a worker.
Yeah.
So laborer, so with a tenant, probably a good number of them, let's say, I'm imagining this is like a vertical chase between 2 or 3 hallways of an apartment building, maybe through like, add like a lobby or a pool or something to have some fun variety. So like, say like 7 to 10 scattered about. They don't all have to be in the way. Laborer, maybe like 6.
Yeah, I was gonna say about 3 to 5, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Scattered about. So a tenant would have like not very much stamina. Like, I'm picturing this as a sort of beginner campaign, actually. If you're just fucking cops, tenant would probably have like 4 or 5, right? Like almost nothing.
Yeah, because like, I mean, one trick that I picked up from 4th edition, which I will use until I'm a fucking elderly man running this shit in a home, is minions, where it's literally just, they are shit mobs. They do not have a HP pool. They die in 1 hit no matter what. I don't think that fits here.
I would say,
like, tenant...
I would say whatever 1 good hit or 2 bad hits, because I could see,
so a 5.
Like, if you've got a billy club, yeah, like a 5 or a 6. Because if
I think 6 is safer, because the DPS could then consistently take 1 out.
Yeah, but like your healer might not be able to. Tenant, 6 HP. Laborer, 12.
Like 12, yeah.
Yeah. You can tell we've both.
They are harder.
You can tell we've both done this enough because we keep like almost landing on the same number.
Yeah, you get a sense for it.
Basic attack would be like, I would like normally format this nicer, but yeah, like what abilities do they have? Basic attack, I think it would just be unarmed strike. Strike deals like 3 damage.
Yeah, because with that many of them, that's gonna be, if you have too many of if it's the bad situation of all 10 of them hitting, that is a potential 30 damage output.
Again,
it won't happen. But...
So I'm here. You guys are sharing my screen, so this will work. I'm kind of mentally picturing this as like 3 separate maps worth of chase. So like, I don't know. You got like a lobby or something, and then like 1 apartment hallway, and they're running this way, and then they hit the stairwell, go up here. And now it's like apartments on either side. Maybe something's blocked here, so you got a Silent Hill dungeon like through a room or 2 that have some like interesting shit, like clotheslines and kitchens and stuff. And then up onto the roof. And then like maybe the parade is over here, so this is the lost condition. So you're just zooping through. And if at any point, I'm not picturing I'm picturing like a couple on each floor. And like maybe there's like this many on the first floor, and then like the rest on the second floor, and some are in rooms. So like if you're fast but you leave some up, they can like cut you off from behind. Other ones can like hear people and come out of rooms and
come out from below. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't think that would happen. I think 3 is pretty fair. 3 damage.
3 is fair.
Unarmed strike. I don't think they have any special ability. I think they just block you. Grapple, maybe?
No, I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
So grapple is always dangerous because it's a contested thing, and if somebody's eating shit sucks. you could give them an anytime ability, which is called Mob, where they turn their adjacent squares into difficult terrain.
I was gonna suggest something similar. I was gonna do, let's do. How do I'm trying to figure out to like phrase this as like passive. I'll call it a passive. For each adjacent tenant. How do I phrase this? I basically want it that at the start of your turn. Yeah, nah, yours is really good. It costs twice as much movement as usual. So yeah, difficult terrain. As much movement as usual to move through any tile adjacent to a tenant who has been alerted to the cops' presence and knows what's going on. So that way, if they come out of a building, like a room, like, oh, what's that noise? It won't matter, but
yeah,
it's going on. Yes, this stacks.
Oh,
they have 6 health.
Yeah. An AoE would take them out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then the laborers are not going to have that ability. They're going to be there as like physical tanks, and they can actually deal damage. Yeah, unarmed strike. They're civilians, yeah. Laborer. Also, it's really hard to get past like 3 people who don't want you to get past them.
Yeah, dude.
Laborer. Tougher workers who are well equipped for their job in, I think it's the Warrens is the lower district. They don't have a passive. I'll give them this. Passive.
This is really frustrating for me because I'm sitting here like, this would be such a cool encounter. No one in our friendship group would ever fucking play in a game like this.
No.
Also, I'd never want to fucking run this. Are you kidding me?
You could. I think that you could. If you were telling like a multi, you're making him so hot, right?
Holy shit! Yeah.
Oh, this.
I think I know where you're about to go with this, though. I think you're about to say, like, a realization that the system you're a part of is bad story, right?
Possibly. I was actually gonna say, like, basically a multi-camera campaign where you're changing who you play multiple times.
Oh,
to tell a singular
like
story.
Fucking...
Like,
yeah.
Like, what if this is the opening scene to a story where, Marrow is like the main character, but like not your party member. Like Marrow's like the Robin Hood type character who inspires the next generation of heroes. I don't know. I think there's something to do there.
No, you're right. There is definitely ways you could actually run this pretty legitimately.
Hard hat. Laborers take resist 1 point of damage from all physical attacks. Let's say there's let's lower it to like 4.
Yeah.
Just to have like a nice little target. And they can't slow you down. Wrench. Something like that. Yeah, and then
makes sense.
The rest of that encounter is just
map design.
It's just map design. Just making it a cool map design. That's I don't know. Let me look at the is there a single target? Yeah, let's limit this range within honestly 20 feet. This should only happen if they're about to catch Marrow and, like, they want to res a laborer or something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's too annoying. Yeah, that's a fun fight.
That's a really cool fight. I like that a lot. The thing, not to like big myself up or anything, but the fucking the riposte ability immediately just puts in my head the image of Marrow being like the whirling dervish of a character where surrounded by people, they are just like essentially dancing around using their cane as a leverage point and just like giving as good as they get.
Yeah. That's fun. Yeah, I was like, how to design... I have to do, like, a how to design mobs and mini-bosses, and, like... I would say this system has, like, 4 tiers of enemies. You've got, like, shit mobs who exist to die. The ones who are problems, which is usually, like, shit mob with a hat on. Significant enemy, which is, like, this is the guy you're fighting, like, as a halfway point or a named character, and then the boss fight.
Oh, wow. Thank you. A super chat's been addressed to me. Just wanted to send thanks to Savvy for making me realize I'm gender fluid. I'm so glad I could help you. Jane, that's fucking huge. I'm so glad. Do you know any ways to style short hair to make you look more femme? I really wish I could give you some help, but I'm still really early on in my gender fluid journey as well. I'm still figuring out how to do my long hair.
I was gonna say, you have long hair, right?
I have long hair, and yeah, no, I'm still very early on. I've only just started to learn how to do makeup properly for myself, although it's been going well, so...
I love this drawing, this pose of Marrow. Like, I like the spider cane, but I did, out of the corner of my eye, see it as one of those, like, long-distance grabbers, and I was just picturing, like, let me pick up that mole on your golf course, or something similar. But, like, with a flirtatious, sexy voice, and it was, like, so funny in my head.
I've heard you've got a gopher on your golf course. Is that a euphemism? No.
I'm like that one guy who can just stick his hand into a golf course and pull up a mole. You ever seen that video?
Yeah, the fucking guy, he just fucking reaches into the ground and pulls out a fucking mole. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
How do you even do that?
I guess you just gotta be able to sense the mole. Okay. Yeah, let's do... So we got this beginner set. I feel like the trick is you're done designing a character when you want to play them, kind of. And it's like, yeah, I both want to fight that boss and I want to play this version.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think a trick is, if you're running this game long term, one thing I want to encourage is, rather than like exclusively doing proficiency as like the purchasing power, I would encourage more like, hey, especially if it's an open campaign with like a hub and player choice, I would rather upgrade things at the end of like quest lines, or be like, hey, do you want that cane upgrade? You need to meet a guy and help them out. That's not something you purchase with proficiency. Because I don't think major upgrades should be as common as they are in the one-shots. Like, it's cool in the one-shots to, like, maybe get 1 or 2 more things and be like, oh, yay, I'm very rapidly feeling stuff. I don't think the feeling should be even remotely similar for long-term shit.
No, it's, I can absolutely confirm that. It's when you're doing a long runner, it's a lot more of an instance of like the appeal is not the leveling up, or at least it shouldn't be. It should be a thing that happens at like big like story moments, or when there's like a time skip, or when it just feels appropriate. There's a reason that milestone leveling is quite common in D&D, especially, where you know, rather than tracking numbers on XP, you just go, oh, okay, we finished an arc. Everybody level up, you know? Yeah. Also, thank you, chat, for having my back with the hair stuff. That is super cool to see.
Yeah, I think maybe just again to demonstrate that you can do multiple stuff, I kind of want to try and just design a completely different kit for the same character.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Let's keep the mobility aid. That feels like a character choice that would be made in the character creator rather than like something that's only on one kit. We got that. Hide the passive. Passive. Name.
Yeah, the cane feels right.
The cane is cool. So what other options could we go? We could go fully into like the gentleman thief skeleton key thing where it is more about like morphing the cane, like they're like not quite an inventor, but like a tool user.
Much like a monkey, yeah. Much like the legend Ape X.
Jesus Christ. Sly Cooper.
Oh, if that gives me an idea actually. If you're going with the cane as like the central part to them, and they're like this gentleman thief kind of thing, you could lean into like the cane being a way to manipulate and hook people and make it a forced movement kit.
Oh, okay, like a controller kit. Yeah, that could be a thing. I also like someone's going, character tries to fake die in combat a lot. That's really fun. Like a playing possum kit. That would be interesting. What's your advice? Do you help characters players design their characters before deciding the setting or after? I think the GM is the one putting the work in, and the GM gets to decide the setting, and they should find a group of players who want to play the setting they're interested in.
And here's the thing: there's exceptions to every rule. I lean towards designing the setting and then asking people to make a character that fits what you've presented, because that's what I like to do. But there's times where, even recently, I just went, hey guys, I want to run a dungeon. Bring your character. And there was just no, like, they just brought a character, and I was just like, okay, thumbs up.
I love...
But that's like a dungeon crawl.
Oh, someone in chat, Nagito Komaida ass vibe. It's true. It's true. A little bit, yeah.
Oh, that doesn't make
no.
me feel... That doesn't make me feel hopeful.
Shut the fuck up.
Makes me feel despair.
Is that what he sounds like?
He kind of sounds like this, yeah. Just always like he's in pain.
Oh. It's good. I mean, people like Komaida. There's a reason we all know who he is.
Yeah, fingers in his ass Sunday. That's why.
This is actually Sans and Komaida's child. Because of the
Oh no! No, Jello, you can't do this. You can't do this. I shake you.
Got a great name for the passive. Flare 180s immediately. Okay. Yeah, I could picture like I really like the playing possum idea. I think that's very funny. But do we want to explore the skeleton key thing?
I think so. I think going with that concept would be interesting.
How about their whole thing is, no Resident Evil reference intended, master of unlocking closed doors, meant like literally and figuratively. So their kid is about opening stuff and getting people to open up, and because they're very charming.
To get to the core, shaken, but to the marrow, the bone marrow. Because
this is a Deepwoods is like an espionage and secret finding thing, so a kit based around negotiation and interrogation would actually be very useful.
Immediate pun idea for a name: Shake to the Bone, or Shook to the Bone, or something like that. Down to the Bone. Let me say bone a couple more times.
Bone. So are they? What's the situation going on in this drawing with their top? Do they have like a skin tight suit on with a rib design, or?
Oh yeah, it's like a skin tight suit with a rib design, and then having like I maybe some kind of like a lab coat kind of thing over him. It's like maybe like a, you know, kind of its own thing.
Is the lab coat part of the costume, or is that the civilian outfit coming off for the superhero transformation?
Ooh, I mean, it could be both, actually. It could be, like, fun. Like, have him, like, just wearing it, just covering all of it, and then, like, once he transforms, I guess he can, like, just open it up. It's not very good disguise, but...
I love the idea of, like, one-upping the Superman glasses trope by being like, no one can recognize me when my coat is all the way up over my shoulders, but once I start wearing it like a slut, that's my superhero.
Holy shit. That's funny.
Oh my god.
Skeleton key. I think keep it simple with skeleton key.
Skeleton key. Okay. So I think can open any door given the appropriate amount of time.
Yeah.
This is going to be a kit made for like a slightly longer running game with a little more intrigue. So a little less combat and a little more thinking about what we're going to be doing in the appropriate amount of time. I think that's all it needs to be, frankly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then, I mean, I feel like, God, what the dumbest person ever. I feel like just a single addendum of according to the difficulty of the lock could just help.
You know what? Can open any lock, given the proper amount of time. Can only open things with physical locks. Keypads do not apply.
Makes sense.
Physical locks that can be picked. How about that?
There we go. Because that includes the rotary like number locks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So do we want to go with the angle of also like unlocking people's like hearts and like that kind of thing as well, like kind of a maybe like an Ace Attorney locks thing?
Yeah, that actually sounds like a fun mechanic, to be honest. Just stealing psyche locks. Let me think. How would I weaponize that in this system? You know what? How about this? Rather than giving an explicit way to bypass any diplomacy with a minigame, how about something that's like a lie detector to detect things that can be unlocked? Like this person is lying.
That's good. I like that. Or just stuff like, oh, this person is like insecure about this fact or something like that.
Mm-hmm. This is not what I'm gonna... I'm just...
You got it.
I'm trying to think of... Yeah, that's me stimming on my own keyboard to, like, keep myself in the moment. I would say... How do I phrase this? Can always...
I'm gonna...
Go ahead.
I'm gonna quickly step away to just grab a snack real quick, if that's alright. I'll be back in, like, a couple minutes, if that's chill.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Safe cracker. Can always tell when someone is lying. Ooh, wait. I think I know how to phrase this and make it a mini game. Someone is lying. Alright, I'm gonna write this stream of consciousness because I need to get it out so you guys can help me feel what I'm trying to describe here. Basically, the idea is this person, they've got a lie detector inherently, but repeatedly probing deals damage every time they're lied to. So you know when you're being lied to, and you can keep pressing, but it costs health. Because the more obvious someone's lie is, it hurts.
Oh, that's funny.
Why would I call it lockjaw? There's nothing to do with the jaw. I don't understand the pun. Was it this have to do with marrow? Bones? Not everything needs to relate to the epithet. It can just be something the character can do. Because their lips are sealed? They aren't, though. They're talking. Physically hurt you. You have a 100% accurate... lie detector. Natural lie detector. And can always choose to press someone on it. But, a lie to investigate. Every time they continue to lie in response, or you can't figure out the truth, it damages you for 1 stamina. I might adjust that later, but I think there's a really good idea somewhere in there. Worried this could be annoyed in combat? This is not a combat ability. There. Yeah, just lying through your teeth. Okay, let me think. So this is a really useful kit outside of combat. I want to make them useful in fights. Open any lock.
I've returned.
Hey. So, I might adjust this, but the other passive. Lies physically hurt you. When someone is lying, you feel it in your bones the way an old person feels barometric pressure change. You have a 100% accurate natural lie detector and can always choose to press someone on a lie to investigate. But every time they continue to lie in response, or you can't figure out the truth, it damages you for 1 stamina.
Oh.
Entirely a RP ability.
Hmm.
And then now I gotta find a way to make them good in combat, because none of this is combat abilities.
So in terms of combat, I can only imagine they're going to be more of a support character.
Yeah, I was thinking I was gonna give them a disarm ability, like a weak point assessor. Like you can smack someone's joint at the exact right spot and make them drop a weapon. But I don't know what to call that.
I think there was someone earlier who suggested it, but I think it might work for this one. Carpal tunnel vision.
Carpal tunnel's
Joint
not...
pains.
Carpal tunnel is a nerve inflammation.
Oh, yeah, that's a fair point. It's not actually anything to do with bones. Pulling your leg, reflex test, joint pains.
I'm like, I almost never... It's because, like, when I started these, I would be like, I'll think of a pun and then work backwards, and now I, like, literally never do that. I'm always like, okay, mechanic. I don't really care what it's called.
Exact same process as I've been building characters. I used to be pun first, but now I'm the opposite.
I think just dislocate is fine.
Yeah.
Once per combat. Let's do... I'm going to add a little more to this. Consciously drop a weapon. Deals 3 damage as well. It fucking hurts.
This might be more of a upgrade thing, but maybe something like, and actions using that arm have disadvantage.
Okay. God, that's really powerful. Okay. Then yeah, maybe some buffs or something for allies. Like what? Like this feels like a kit about tell spotting, weakness locating, hitting enemies with actually I have so many where did they go? Nope. Somewhere else. I didn't close it, did I? I don't know why I would have done that. Oh, it's literally right here. No. Hang on. Sorry, this is like disorganized, but I have a lot of ideas for my favorite here's my favorite status ailment. Splinter. Target has a splinter in their toe. For each 5 feet they move, they take 1 damage.
That's cute.
I like trying to turn most abilities. There's like a couple that are basic, like poison, but I tried to make as many abilities as possible a limitation with a rule. So like bleed every time you physically exert yourself. So if you use an ability, if you attack, 2 damage every single time. No limit to how many times it happens per round. So, hey, there's an anytime action counter for you right there.
Yeah, goddamn.
Burn, nauseous, stinky. Where is it? Oh, poltergeist is a really cool ability too. Where is that? Target becomes a poltergeist. They may assist their allies, but only indirectly by messing with the surrounding arena like ghosts moving props around. While they are a poltergeist, they are invisible, movement is tripled, and they cannot take damage from anything that can't hit ghosts. However, they cannot deal damage directly. After 3 rounds, they will revert back to their previous location. It cannot take damage during this time, but abilities still cost stamina. Half of these are just mini games. Okay. I wanted to look at something specific here. Weak point. Critical hits deal ×3 instead of ×2. Unlucky extends the crit range. Marked for death. Yeah, mark for death is the most universally useful one. So, you can up accuracy, you can up crit damage, you can up crit range. What are we feeling here? Does Mara permanently have the fragile status? Yes, I think. Let's see. Lie detector. What if there's anything else involving locks and keys or something you could do with the tool? I'm gonna up this damage also to 6 on this kit because there's gonna be a lot of situations where you won't be able to like assist. So it's just like, well, time to deal some damage, I guess. Bonk. Key someone's car. Summon a lock. I don't know how he'd actually do that.
Not with Marrow's an ability.
When they reveal someone's lie, they could become more vulnerable. That's pretty fun, actually.
I feel like there's maybe something to be done with, like, unlocking an insecurity or, like, getting to the core of somebody's, like, motivations and using that as, like, a... I have a cutting, like, thing of just, like, you're like this, you know, I know what you're like, and, like, kind of puts them off kilter as a result.
Yeah, I like that. You are, the GM instantly makes you aware of, what do I call this? An insecurity of theirs. If you confront them with this insecurity, because you don't have to, the target will be... Oh, yeah, actually, I know something I could do here. My target... If you confront them with this insecurity, the target will be... Yeah, like, disorient... What defect should they have here? Rattled. For, like, less accurate,
I feel like that would make sense, right? And that kind of ties into, like, what we would do.
Yeah, like, mechanically, what does that mean, though? Like, what do they lose?
Right. I think, like, I feel like just a non-stacking negative to attacks would make sense.
Okay.
But then, because, like, I feel like that would be stepping on the toes of the other kit too much. And then make it so that... Maybe they have to make some kind of, like, save in order to like, act or something like that.
This feels like a lot of work for not a lot of payoff.
It does. Yeah, I'm not feeling it as I say it. Sometimes you just need to talk through it.
Yeah, cold ray to target.
See, makes you security. Front of the security.
Ooh.
Could just be a flat extra damage if they were attacked.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Okay. Yeah, you know what? What does Fragile do? Hang on. God, that sucks! Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The
That
target
definitely feels like that's the right one.
I like this also because this doesn't give an explicit out of combat bonus. So that means that, like, you can try to use this ability out of combat to ask the GM for something, but you can't be like, all their rolls are debuffed or whatever if they're negotiating with you.
It's got the distinct combat use, but to use it out of combat, you do need to get a little, like, creative with it. I like that.
Oh, wait. Fragile is physical, right? Physical attacks? I think it should be, like, mental attacks don't exist. All attacks. For the next, I'm gonna say 3 rounds. +2 is not terrible. 3 rounds. That's basically if 3 people attack you, it's like a 4th person has attacked you.
Yeah.
I don't think that needs to be once per combat or anything. I think you can just keep doing that. Does not stack.
Does not. Yeah. No, that's the big thing. Can't stack the fragile.
I'm kind of feeling a Splinter ability equivalent as well. Like, just, like, make someone's what do you call it? Like a bone shard? Fucking, there's a name for it when you got a little bone spike coming out in the wrong spot.
I'm pretty sure that's called a bone splinter.
Let me look.
I think.
Bone
spur?
Bone spur. That's it. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you, chat.
He just called it a bone
yeah,
spur. It's
that's
fine. Spur of the moment. Okay. This one I do want to be able to stack. Ooh, I like the gold eyes. Oh.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Can you... I don't know if you're about to do this, but like the little line that's currently a little lower than where you've got the white of their eye, can you give this person eye bags? Like they look a little tired and sickly. Just a little bit.
Ooh.
I think
All
that
right,
would go
yeah.
with their aesthetic really well.
Mm-hmm.
Just real slight. Okay. Spur of the moment. Any target within... Pick a target. God bless the word target. Within... I think you need to be within 10 feet. A bone. Hurdy now. Weapon. Bone hurting juice.
So, this might be more of an upgrade version of Spur of the Moment, but it becomes an anytime, and it can retroactively apply to a movement that was just taken.
Spur of the moment?
Yeah. So, like, if they take Splinter, right, which is the move, and they take a damage, you can basically go,
okay.
oh, you ended your turn next to me? Did you move? Oh, you moved 6 squares. Take 6 damage.
Oh, I do think that is mechanically really useful. I don't think it makes in-universe sense to be able to do that back in time.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Maybe not, just not for this specific justification of the kit. Yeah.
A bone spur appears. I'm gonna say in their legs. I was gonna do somewhere in a place in your body, like in a place in their body of your choice, and I was like, nope. If Will's a player, he's gonna kill people instantly with that.
Yeah.
It's in their legs. They now have the splinter. The splinter.
The splinter.
The splinter. Status. Every 5 feet they move, they take 1 damage. That actually sucks. You know what? Okay, what do you think about this?
Oh, it can stack. That's gross.
But they have to be adjacent. Which, actually, that's so mean, because if they want to get away, they need to take damage. Oh, that's really mean.
That works, yeah. Or, alternatively, halt, criminal scum, I've caught you. Spur of the moment, legs it.
Jesus Christ. God, that's evil. I think that might need to cost extra to add stack.
Oh yeah, not for 1. That's for fucking certain.
Yeah, let's up that to 3. That immediately makes it way more balanced. I think these are all pretty good abilities. It's not a super cohesive kit, but again, it's an RP kit.
No, sometimes you just end up with a kit which can only really be described as like a package of good stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good amount of designing. Someone did suggest I look at the wild magic thing. I did design a wild magic page document. It's the world's first good wild magic table. There's so many. I'm not going to go through all of them. So each of these spells is written in terms of caster and target. The caster is the person casting the spell. The target is the person they're aiming it at. Select only one singular target for your spell. It can be an ally, enemy, or random object. I'm gonna add. Let's do an ally or enemy. There's a later note. Wild magic always hits. You do not roll the d20. Select your spell. Roll a d1000. GM or caster may do the roll. D1000? Yeah, just... guys, you just load up a fucking page that says roll a D1000. It takes like 2 minutes. It takes like 8 seconds. The GM is the one to look through the spell list and see which spell the caster has rolled. Some of these spells require secrecy and can only be read by the GM, and if the player reads it, it's worthless. If the spell does not specify to keep it a secret, GM reads it out for all players. Spell immediately takes effect. No spells that randomly kill you. No spells that ruin the majority of encounters. Silly minigames, temporary obstacles. For best use, keep the following rules in mind. I join stream, I see wild magic, I leave. Come on, Aloha. Right. If you cast them outside of combat, they're designed to be used in combat. You will find that most of them don't do anything anymore. Spells are designed to be targeted at sentient creatures. You can cast them at inanimate objects, but more than half the spells will have no effect. The GM can try and make them work, so if you cast a poison spell at a stage hazard, maybe poison is manifested as rust damage. No side of any battle may cast more than one wild magic spell per encounter. That's it.
So fucking wise.
Every ability that can cast a wild magic spell should be once per combat. No character should have more than one of them. The GM can veto anything. And the most important rule, do not give more than one player in the party access to wild magic. Enemies should not have wild magic unless you're faking it.
That's funny.
All right, so here's the obligatory. This is literally the worst thing in the whole list. There's no the sun explodes. Just caster explodes, like, you know, in a comedy way. They don't die. Instantly drop to 0 stamina. That's it. That's the worst thing. So there's the first 200 of these are pretty standard attack damage of all different kinds of types. There's I won't say these are the elements of the system, heavy quotes. You can do whatever elements you want. Savvy will appreciate the way I described this. Give me a second.
Clown.
It does not have a typical element wheel, nor does it have a set elemental creatures with different strengths and weaknesses. You are encouraged to come up with your own elements. A character who fights with space, clown, or bee-type elemental attacks is just as valid as one who fights with fire or ice. Epithet runs on a system of GM fiat, meaning the GM must be able to make things up and balance things as they go. Not just the creative aspects of the world, but also mechanics. Do water attacks do bonus damage to clown-elemented creatures because they wash away the makeup, or do they do less damage because they evoke seltzer bottle and the squirt flower, which are classic clown gags? These questions are up to the GM and will be decided on an individual basis.
I approve of this message. This is a very good and understandable way to explain a system, and I instantly understand it.
Just for funsies, there's a big long stack of these. You'll notice almost half of these are same as the above, but this appears in the target's hand instead of the caster. A lot of them are that. Target versus caster. So there is 2 unique weapons that can be acquired through this method. So I guess if you want weapon examples, you can look at these. 2 for each element. So there's fire, and they all do something extra. So burn, flamethrower is a cone attack. Then there's ice, icicle blade, what do these do? Instantly freezes wet targets. Throwing star snowflakes, pierce all physical damage. Taser is the melee lightning attack. It stuns, but it deals like no damage. Static charge gun. Just 3 damage. What does this do? Oh, like, okay, you, like, drag your feet along the floor to charge static, so it does more damage if you move first. That's cute. Then there's Nature, Thorn Whip. Oh, this doesn't have a special effect. That's dumb. It should have some... Oh, 10-foot range. That's its thing. Okay. Seed Slingshot. This is just Usopp's weapon from One Piece. Blooms into a 1x1 square of any plant you want. That's really good, actually.
That could be abused in a lot of ways. Deals
3 plant damage. It's pretty weak, though. An oversized fan. This is wind damage. Deals 4 damage. Targets push back up to 10 feet. Leaf blower and a cone. That's not how leaf blowers work. I guess if you're, like, swaying. Can be used as a jetpack to glide. That's so fun. Is wild magic a thing in addition? Yes, magic is its own thing. In this universe, magic is basically like taking an adrenaline, or wild magic is like the equivalent of taking an adrenaline shot and just like raw dogging magic, and it really fucks you over. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is outlawed in ocean country. They're like, no, you're not supposed to do this because sometimes someone will just fucking explode. Obviously. Yeah. Heavy Quartz Club, Bejeweled Crossbow, which can fascinate targets if you miss. Acid damage is manifested as candy in my writing on the base games.
That's fun.
So Citric Lollipop, which will sourness will seal a target's mouth, which, you know, could be useful depending on their kit. Lemonade deals sticky acid damage, so it makes difficult terrain. Let's see. Oh, okay. These are every, like, I think there's 5 of these. Every 200 or every 100, it's a reverse, but the numbers are a little messed up. Pool Noodle. This is just water as opposed to ice. Can hit 2 adjacent targets with 1 swing, so it's a cleave weapon. That's fun. Does animal magic relate to nature, or is there no such thing? There is something called faunal damage, but it's only for the purposes of this list. Like, this doesn't actually matter. There's no Pokemon type chart for this, if that makes sense. Seltzer water. What does this do? Causes onlookers to burst into laughter. Laughing targets cannot attack 1 round and must roll to break the laughing fit. Otherwise, they will remember how funny the joke is and start laughing all over again. Okay. Poison Dagger. ×3 sneak attacks. Extendo Biter. Right. It's like a snake. Like one of those little snake heads on a stick that you press a trigger to open and close its mouth. And it bites people and deals poison damage. Shadow. Curse Bow and Arrow. 50 feet's pretty good range. Shadow Scythe. Oh, it's stored in the wielder's shadow. That's really cool.
That's cool.
You get to keep these, by the way. So I was like, you could do a really awful campaign based on someone trying to collect all these weapons by rolling the dice over and over again.
Legendary Swordsman, except it's the legendary wild magic guy. Yeah.
You do? Yeah, I mean, these weapons aren't overpowered. Each flash grenades. I guess this is light. Yeah. Ringing cymbals, that's sonic damage. Loud megaphone. Hit any single target for 5 sonic damage. Megaphone has a 250-foot range. Aerogel, this is force. Hard light boxing glove. Oh, so it's just throwing a punch. That's fun. Rusty chainsaw does metal damage. Nail gun, which you can attach someone to a wall with. Lichen gauntlet, which is just a wolf head on your hand. Wielder can track any target sent for 24 hours after they have been scratched by the wolf claws on this gauntlet. That's pretty fun. Cuckoo's Nest is a nest of birds that fly around and dive bomb enemies for you. It's cute. Then there's Pure Magic, which is its own magic type. It just reflects soul of the wielder, changes shape depending on who's holding it. Love this one. Dream Wand appears in the caster's hands. Shoots pure magical blasts, dealing 5 damage at 25 feet. This wand can be aimed at a target to summon a small item that the target loves, but only if the wand has never attacked them. Fix-It Wrench lets you... It's like a healing item. Hey, a skeleton key. Poison. These are just effects. Are any of these funny? Poltergeist, yeah. Okay. I'm just like skimming, looking for good ones. They start more basic and get way stupider. Oh, are you picturing the the cane? Is that like, does that glow? Are those like neon, or is that just like fluorescently painted?
I mean, I was thinking they would probably like glow, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know what to color the cane. Maybe I could like do it just like full white, but then with like the accents, maybe that might work well because it does look like a toy right now.
I think you would just have to make the bone parts bone colored and the actual the middle, like I know that's supposed to be like the arm bones or whatever, but that would probably have to be like black or something. Would be my instinct.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, maybe I'll do it like all black and then I'll go from there.
So it can blend in.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's different magical effects that fuck up each of the dice, so I don't remember most of these. Anyone who rolls a 1 is now, for the next 5 minutes, is a proud parent. A fragile bag of flour with a baby face drawn on it appears in your arms. If the flour bag is damaged, it instantly explodes and the parent takes 10 damage. This effect stacks for multiple babies.
Oh my god. That's funny. It's the fucking will result.
If they roll a 2, they double their width. They take up a 2x1 slot on the battle map. If they roll a 2 again, they may choose to reduce the effect or double again. 4x1 or 2x2, your choice. Wide targets do not get stronger. The only mechanical change is their attack range and target size. Okay. Surrounded by it. Okay. Thorny spikes.
Let me tell you, on Roll20 especially, wide version of your character is always funny.
Anyone who rolls a 5 must instantly trade places with someone else in their line of sight. The person who rolled the 5 picks. Okay. For the next 5 minutes, all 6 rolls flip upside down into a 9. Dumb. 7s become 20s. Oh, that's funny. Anyone who rolls an 8 glimpses into infinity. They learn a random piece of info on a nearby target's character sheet.
Ooh. Man, I can't believe you did 1,000 results. I had a tough time making 100 for my clown magic list.
I spent a long time on this. And it's still technically not done. Like, there's nothing about pips in this system, because they only got introduced after I finished it. And I like them, so... yeah. Dodges the next attack aimed towards them. Oh, okay. Anyone who rolls a 13 tastes soup in their mouth and restores 5 points of stamina. It's funny. Skim, 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 skim. For the next 5 minutes, anyone who rolls a 16, a hat appears on their head. It should be has a hat. Has a hat appear on their head. Oh, hello. The hat is in any style of their choosing. The hats do not disappear after 5 minutes end. You may gain multiple hats.
TF2.
TF2. The hats wouldn't be free.
True.
Okay. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. For the next 5 rounds, the target's dice are replaced with a deck of cards. Success is determined by the suit. Spaces are total successes, a la 16. Hearts are a success like a 12. Clubs are a partial success at a 6. And diamonds are a failure like a 1. Let's see. Target lays an egg. That's a good one. Irresistible urge to eat their weapon. Turned into an animal. A terrible assassin has spawned somewhere and will attempt to kill the caster at some point during this adventure, but they're, like, really bad at it. The assassin may turn out to be a character the players are familiar with. Let me see. Target speaks in rhyme. Target suspects that random inanimate objects are speaking behind their back for the next 24 hours. Maybe they are. It really adds a lot. Oh, this is a fun one. Ripples of force continuously push out from both the caster and target, making it impossible to get within 5 feet of them for the next 3 rounds. If they meet, both of them will implode, taking 12 points of force damage and ending the spell. Together.
I must have been fucking on one when I was writing this list. I'm just looking at my own one.
Yeah, your clown things.
Yeah, my clown one. Number 86. A smoking gorilla appears on the map and won't stop blowing fat clouds. They simply cannot be stopped.
How is that clown related?
Smoking gorilla, I guess? Because smoking monkeys were like a circus attraction? I don't know, man. I think I was on one.
It's like someone was trying to design the most savvy spell possible.
Yeah. They simply cannot be stopped.
Target is shaken by an earthquake no one else can see or feel for 3 rounds. They must pass a DC 8 movement check each time they want to move, otherwise they will fall down and be knocked prone. Summon a clone of the target. Summon a clone of the target. This clone knows all the target's insecurities and will not stop mentioning them to people. The clone disappears after 5 minutes. Shadow comes to life. Target shadow has a task that it must complete and makes attempts to sneak off. If the shadow is separated from the body takes double damage from any magic spells. Lasts an hour. Damn. I guess there's not a lot of magic users in this setting, but damn. I'm tempted to hear more about this clown magic Savvy created. I mean, if he sees any he likes.
Yeah, let me keep looking.
Deafen. Object permanence. Target loses object permanence for 15 minutes is pretty funny, actually, if you think about it for a little bit.
I can't. I've lost object permanence.
Target sensation. Miles, I don't know your name. Target sensation of pain is reversed for the rest of the day. The less damage they take, the more dramatically they react to the wound. 10 damage feels like nothing, while 1 damage feels like searing, screaming pain. Mechanically, they still take damage as normal. Interesting. Target begins sweating literal bullets.
Target now has a bowler hat that can be lifted to reveal something flattering or pleasing to whoever they target. If the target currently has a hat, then they may do this with their current hat.
Here's one that could be clown magic. A dozen doves burst out of the target's sleeve.
Yeah.
All of the target's weapons turn into a 3x3 swarm of bees for the next 3 rounds. The bees are nobody's friend and deal 3 sting damage to anyone caught in the swarm. I love the bees are nobody's friend. The nearest door now has an attitude. It is rude, and passing through it becomes a problem. Lasts 1 hour. When casting magic, can a person sacrifice another person? No, they don't own them. Target's hair grows long and gorgeous.
A set of pyrotechnics have been hidden somewhere on the map.
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
A line of ducklings appear and mistake the caster for their mother, following them everywhere. The duckling's actual mother is now hidden somewhere in the campaign. You must locate her to remove the ducklings. This spell summons one duckling for every 5 points of max stamina the caster has. If the ducklings are damaged, they will run away, and the caster will take 5 damage for each duckling that gets hurt. If a duckling is hit for a single point of damage, it will vanish. If all the ducklings are returned safely, the caster is rewarded with 5 points of proficiency.
An egg with the target's face appears on the battlefield. It is as tall as they are.
That's better than anything in mine, I'm gonna be honest. Target's clothes will begin to scream swears non-stop for the next 10 minutes. Phoenica hard counter. Target becomes convinced that they are secretly a robot. What's more, they are convinced that everyone else suspects they are a robot. They must keep their secret at all costs. If anyone accuses them of being a robot with reasonable evidence, they take 15 electrical damage.
I forgot I wrote this one. A circus tent appears around the target. When they emerge a turn later, they have watched an entire 1-hour miniature circus performance and recovered 5 stamina, and then re-roll their initiative.
Jesus Christ. Target must incorporate a randomly selected word into every sentence that they say for the next hour. The caster selects the word. Each sentence must make sense and contain the specific word. Otherwise, the target cannot speak it. Selected word can be no longer than 2 syllables. All of the target's limbs become detachable until the next time they fall asleep. Oh, this is a good one. Targets are convinced they are invincible until the end of combat. They are not. All glass within 50 feet of the target turns into solid gold. What the
Target now.
Sorry, go ahead.
Target now has an angel and a devil on their shoulder who won't stop fighting.
That's something that would be on this one. What the fuck? Target now has a harmless hole through their torso, like a cartoon shot with a cannonball. The hole disappears the next time they sleep. If anyone fills the hole with another material, i.e. stone, cheese, etc., the target will turn into a statue made of that material for 10 minutes before returning to normal. Okay. Oh, I love this one. For the next 10 minutes, the target is trapped at their current elevation. They cannot climb, jump, or descend in any way. However, they can walk straight across chasms, gaps, and water while being unaffected by gravity. I'm just skimming for good ones. Oh, okay. Target is going to take damage. Each of the players must close their eyes and begin counting in order, as a group. 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. The target will take as much damage as the players can count to. However, the moment more than one player both say a number, the count is over, and the target takes the damage of the number last successfully read out loud. The players must use groupthink to count as high as they can without stepping on each other's toes. No planning beforehand. Target is suddenly naked. If they are underage, they are instead covered head to toe in 3 additional layers of clothing.
That's good.
Target's pants fall down, revealing a pair of cartoon boxers with hearts on them. If the target is underage, nothing happens, and they are instead given a lollipop that restores 1 stamina. A shooting star passes overhead. Everyone writes down a secret wish, and the GM makes hidden rolls for each wish. If anyone's wish rolls a 20, their wish will come true soon. Target is now wanted by the local police for a crime determined by the GM. Incriminating evidence appears in their hands.
Target now has a massive rainbow-colored afro wig. Any spaces they occupy, as well as adjacent ones, now block line of sight.
Target appears to be lagging. They randomly teleport here and there, clipping in and out of walls. The target rolls a d20 to determine how bad the lag is each turn, with low rolls indicating worse lag. Attacks aimed at the target and coming from the target both roll with disadvantage. A router appears in the arena somewhere. Anyone can reset it to end the effect. Oh, that's great. Target is covered in a VHS effect. A VHS player appears somewhere in the area. By interacting with the VHS player, other combatants may fast forward, pause, rewind, and or eject the target. Effect lasts 10 rounds.
A tiny knee-high car screeches into the scene and hits the target for 5 damage to the legs, knocking them ass over end behind the car prone. Clowns and circus folk may enter this tiny car without issue and drive it freely at a speed of 8. Other people need to roll to do so. Otherwise, it is now just an obstacle on the map.
I was so expecting that to be a tiny clown car rolls up and hits you for 5 damage. Then it opens the door, hitting you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional damage.
That's way funnier. Holy shit. I'm adding that.
A rain cloud appears above the target's head and rains on them wherever they go. Rain cloud will automatically move to cover whoever the saddest person in the room is. For the rest of the day, whenever a target has an interaction with another person, there's a green smiley face or red frowny face floating above the target's head, showing how they really feel about the person they're talking to. Sincerity curse. The player/GM must give every other player at the table a genuine compliment. If they fail to do this, target is instantly knocked out. Wow. I actually think there's a lot of players this would fuck up. Confidence curse. The target is forced to genuinely compliment something they like about themselves at the start of each of their turns in combat. If they cannot think of something they like about themselves and share it within 30 seconds, they lose their upcoming turn.
Oh, God.
That's like a nightmare scenario for certain people. Targets. Oh, no. Oh, here's one you might want to adopt. Caster gains the skills of a contortionist for a day. They can now bend in unusual ways, escape handcuffs, and harmlessly dislocate bones.
Oh, funny enough, I have something similar with escaping, being able to escape like Houdini. Very similar idea on the list.
Were you gonna read one?
Yeah, Target now has 2 tickets to the circus. They may choose who they are going with in order to gain +1 companionship with them.
You've read me that one before, I remember that. For the next 5 minutes, anything the caster draws will come to life. Everyone gets the target's name just a little bit wrong. Oh, this is really funny. Everyone gets the target's name just a little bit wrong for the next 24 hours. Each person referring to them, players included, must refer to them by name, and they must get the name wrong every time. No 2 misnomers may be the same. The first person to reuse a name takes 15 damage.
So, the fucking Agent
Lang, it's literally that.
Yeah.
Object permanence invisibility. For the rest of the day, if caster ever leaves target sight, the target will completely forget the caster exists. That's funny.
Target's weapon becomes a huge novelty version of itself. It does half damage but causes knockback equal to the lost damage on hit.
Wow, that's really good, actually. That's a solid weapon. Clown is a real Clown and Circus is a really solid magic set.
I mean, why do you think I like the theming so much? I'm just a fan of just being silly. I'm just a silly guy.
Oh, I love this. Target stamina is replaced by 8-bit video game health hearts. Taking damage from any source removes 1 heart, no matter how powerful or weak the attack is. Target has 1 heart for every 10 points of remaining stamina, minimum 3. When the hearts are depleted, target is knocked out. Does not work on bosses. Reroll wild magic instead. Yeah. I'm gonna start skimming. Oh, is a very handsome person. Can I see what this character would look like if we do take Flair's suggestion of using the sort of like ash blonde where it's like the same color as the bone for their hair? It might look stupid.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can try that.
Oh, this is good. Do not read this spell out loud. A glowing timer appears on the palm of the target's hand and starts counting down. The GM decides what happens when this timer hits 0. Free reign. Yeah. Can you zoom out on that one? I'll see them.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think that's a more like iconic look for a superhero.
Let's see.
Ooh.
I could like do see undo then redo.
I have because they're Deep Woods, right?
Yeah, like I mean, this is a character who is based in Deep Woods. They could be any race. It doesn't actually matter.
I was more just thinking, what if we go the midpoint and we do white with the ash / like blackened ends?
Oh, you could try that. Yeah, maybe they could be like half Deepwood, half desert race. And so they've got naturally white hair, but then because they live in the slums, it's like...
To further kind of put forward of like being, you know, being a hero of the people.
Yeah. Actually, they might even be faking it if they're a doctor.
Go on. It's showtime. Target now has all eyes on them as spotlights from nowhere point at them at all times. They are much easier to hit, but additionally, their failures and successes are twice as bad or good. I don't know if this would be... I don't know if this would work. Target's player must go get a drink of water.
This is one I would love, but I can't keep on the final list. Castor's voice is now replaced by a bad 90s anime dub actor for 22 minutes. I actually like that a lot. I think that looks really cool.
Yeah, yo, with the fucking gradient. Yeah.
It slides into their undershirt really well.
Yeah.
Prom is tomorrow, and the target needs to find a date. If they cannot find a date in the next 2 hours, they roll with a -5 loneliness debuff on all rolls for the rest of the day. If any of the combatants agree to their date, that combatant gets +3 proficiency, but only provided they actually go on a date with the target.
Target grows a huge beard, which they can tug on to instantly fall prone and avoid an attack once per combat.
Stupid. Target becomes trapped in a hamster ball. What? A goblin in a dunce cap appears and insists on helping the target out, no matter what. However, the goblin is bad at everything and takes a -10 penalty on all its rolls. Every time the goblin fails, somehow the failure will result in the target getting hurt. The goblin acts on the target's turn. It has 5 stamina and deals 3 damage per attack. It disappears in a puff of smoke after 10 minutes. Oh, this is fun.
Target may only move if they successfully leapfrog over an ally while doing so.
Jesus. A soda elemental appears and begins attacking the target and their target and their allies. The soda elemental is made of bubbly sarsaparilla. It can move 25 feet per round, strikes twice each turn, dealing 4 acid damage per strike. The soda elemental can be sipped to death at a melee range, provided the attacker can scoop some of it into a cup or suck it through a straw. For every 2 points of damage dealt to the elemental in this manner, the attacker restores 1 stamina. A dire truck appears and comes to the aid of the caster and acts on the caster's turn. The dire truck is a sentient metal creature that resembles a fire truck and occupies a 3x2 square on the battle map. The dire truck has 20 stamina, 8 movement, and can shoot acid from its fire hose up to 50 feet away. The truck's stamina is directly tied to its acid reserves. It costs 1 point of stamina to deal 1 point of acid damage. 538. There's a bear now.
Those ones fucking kill me, dude.
Especially after those are all in a row, so that last description, just, here's all the specifics. There's a bear now.
I have a similarly flavored one. 2 giraffes appear and they're fighting!
Oh my god. A sentient evil camera begins following the target, snapping a picture at the end of their turn on every round. If the target's entire body is captured in a photograph by the camera, they become stopped in time for 2 rounds. The target can hide behind objects to prevent this effect. They are only stopped if the camera captures their entire body in a photo. Let's see. For the rest of the day, caster may claim, "Come on, it's my birthday," once per round as an anytime action. The claim can be used to stop incoming attacks or convince nearby combatants to do something. It is not the target's birthday. Note, if coincidentally it is the not the target's birthday. It is not the caster's birthday. If it coincidentally is the caster's birthday, this ability always succeeds and you do not have to roll for it. If you are not sure whether it's the caster's birthday, roll a 1d365. A crit means it's their birthday.
God.
Stupid. Oh my god, this one's built. It's a fucking book that I read.
Target must immediately throw their currently held object as far as they can.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, that's really good, actually. Whoever currently has the most stamina is hit by a beam from the heavens. Reduce their stamina until it is the lowest of anyone currently conscious on the battlefield. Does not work on bosses. Stupid. Target becomes incredibly bothered by the feng shui of the current location. They must move a piece of furniture across the room to redecorate before taking any other action. They must. Okay. Yeah, this could go on. There's many. You get the idea. And I think we got a pretty good idea of what Yvonne looks like.
For sure. God damn, I'm loving this.
Powerful. People were like, oh, gender ambiguous, trans woman. I think it's best if this is just one of those characters that never gets specified cosmically. Like, anytime there's a way that it would get specified, it's like covered by something so you can't see it.
Like, they go, I'm gonna need to see your ID before you can come in here. Oh, fine. Holds it up. The thumb is perfectly covering their gender.
Who's doing the art? I would love to see more of their artwork. Rhea, who are you and where can people find you?
Hi, my name is Rhea. You can find me on Blue Sky, Instagram, Tumblr, Twitter, I guess. Yeah, Rhea Simone 1. Yeah, that's my handle. Yeah, feel free to follow if you'd like.
Here we go. There you go. Go look.
Yeah, I was the lead artist on the first season of Epithet Erased.
And did a phenomenal job, I might add.
Oh, thank you.
Someone, they aren't a Mr. or a Mrs. They're a doctor.
Very good.
Do you do commissions? Asks someone.
Yeah, you can just like shoot me an email or a DM, then I can do a commission for you. I actually have one lined up, but I can take on multiple. It's fine.
Hell yeah.
All right.
May I do a quick shill?
Sure.
Hey guys. So we were talking earlier about DBA and the cool people over there who helped with some parts, namely the companionship part of this little fun game. If you want to see them, including me, playing over the many episodes that they have done, with the caveat that you understand that this is from years ago, so there's a lot of like early play stuff going on, but you should totally check out their YouTube. It's at Destruction Bench Agreement. We've been uploading the VODs there. You can catch pretty much everything that has been done. We don't have everything there yet. It is being slowly uploaded, but if you want to see it in action, or at least the original anime campaign system in action, extrapolated to 1 billion, there it is.
A bucket appears. If anyone kicks it, they instantly drop to 0 stamina. Stupid. Will any of this stuff be put up on Patreon for supporters? No, because it's all work in progress. I don't really want to share it because it's gonna be wrong later. Like, it's already out of date. Yeah, people have been asking me, like, what are the ETAs on the remaining Epithet stuff? So, the remaining Epithet Kickstarter things... there's one more song, there's 2 technically. My work is done on the Giovanni Lullaby. That should be up in like a week or 2, I hope. Then there's one other song, which is the Giovanni Villain song, which I have the main chorus for. I want it to be, it's so hard to make. It's gonna be the longest song. It's gonna be a patter song, probably multiple singers. And I want it to start with Giovanni on like a big pipe organ, going, whoa, bear trap. So you want to be a bad guy? And if you want to be a good one, well then you gotta learn to do bad good, because if you don't do bad good, you won't do bad good like a good bad guy should. Do you understand me? No. And that's the energy. A patter song, like Music Man stuff. That'll be done when it's done. It might take a while. Adam, who's been the composer on this last one's been helping me longer than he expected, so we might have to move to other projects. If not, we can get started on it, but we'll see. The Epithet novelizations are going to be after that, but I'm actually going to be focusing on finishing. So this is basically One Piece, which will be out within the next 2 weeks. Probably like a week and a half. The Epithet Spanish dub is going up on Friday. Then I'm gonna finish that fucking anime opening video, which is actually really close to being done, but it had more work on it to do than the One Piece video, so I'm doing that. Then I'm writing the 2 Epithet books, which I actually think will take me very little time. And once those are done, I think I could probably get that done in a month, honestly. Once those are done, I'm going to be working on the new Epithet book and probably a separate YouTube video at the same time. And because I want to have everything done and try and find a new publisher and a literary agent. We'll see. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. We're gonna end it here. It's been like 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours.
Yeah, it's been a long fucking time. It's been a good time, though.
Yeah, thank you guys for chilling. Good night, everyone.